What's up, guys? Welcome to another episode of the Paper Dungeon. This is going to be episode 25. It's very exciting. We haven't streamed this in 2 weeks because we've had a variety of different things where Lydia was gone and I was gone and everything was great. But now we're all back, except for Aaron. But we're ignoring that for the moment. He will be back. We have one quick announcement that Lydia's going to go over, so I'll let her just take the wheels with that.
This little stream has got a sponsor.
Oh, did you say sponsor?
Yes, you can you can find them at beneverending.com and use their app for free at beneverending.app, which you can access through their website, beneverending.com. They are working to bring all kinds of character creation, scene building, and even working on scene animation to help bring characters and RPGs to life. Today is actually the last day of their Kickstarter, but it's not too late to go support them. So you can head over and support them from their website, beneverending.com. But yeah, you can support them in expanding in their variety and diversity available for the character creation. Be sure to check them out. We will have a video play during break that will tell you more about it. But yes, thank you so much to our sponsor, Neverending.
Woo! Party, never ending.
And they're going to be sponsoring us for a little while, so expect to kind of see a bunch of their stuff because it's super rad. So
Yes.
super rad.
So cool.
All right.
Also, just really minor thing, I guess. Sorry that I don't have a camera today, guys. We're just gonna address that now. Yes,
I got into a really bad accident where he was projected from the car and
my
drove
face is
across
maimed.
No, that is not.
He's going
true.
through plastic. No,
That
it's
is
just that
not
his camera's
true.
not working today. So
Yeah.
It's okay,
Anyways,
because now
but
we get
don't
to look
worry.
at his beautiful face.
You
still.
just
right.
you just see my eternal smile and
That's
hear my voice. I am sorry.
let you know that you are going to be forever blessed with this picture of Ryan. So
Unfortunately,
beautiful.
it'd be great.
All right.
Also, I want to mention real quick. I don't know if we said this. I might have just not been listening. But with the sponsor with Be Never Ending, we're all gonna have public profiles, and
We all
so
do
you
have
guys will
public
be able to
profiles.
see like what we've made, like character wise. And so eventually, once all that stuff is whipped up, we'll be able to show you guys and stuff like that. But that's just another part of it. That's really cool. So you guys can see what we do.
That's right. Cool. Well, now that Aaron's back, we're going to spare you from him, and we'll go over and do our little intro. So, welcome back to episode 25 of the Paper Dungeon.
Dun, dun.
Welcome to Nicomuras, a world full of sprawling cities and dark secrets. In the wake of the trial, a divine act of righteous judgment, the world has been launched into an era of rebirth. But there are those who still lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us across the continent of Talira, from the deserts of Elon Ryan to the fields of Rivaluna. Deep in the Bloomrose Ocean and high above the Alisar Mountains, our story will see our adventurers through glory, fear, and fortune as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
All right. Okay. All right. Calm down, children. Calm down. Oh my gosh.
No,
Oh.
No.
sorry. Continue.
oh. Wow. Okay. Ignoring that, if you guys don't remember, so over the last several sessions, we're doing great. Never ending. If you wanted to just revoke that sponsorship, I would not blame you guys at all. But over the last several little bits of this campaign, our party has been trying to recover or gear themselves up to be able to recover their lost comrades, Cather and Melora, after a intense battle where they were basically set up and separated, Parazius was able to take Melora and Cather and also kill Havel. If you guys haven't watched episode 20, go do it because it's amazing. That all happened. They then resurrected Havel through some dealings with Qatar, the Fae that kind of sponsors the party now, basically. And we're able to get him back, at which point they began heading back towards Lada and Erethal Keep to kind of try and figure out what to do next. They decided to go through and try and get to the Horde at the base of Erethal Keep, or in the basement of Erethal Keep, to kind of see what treasures or items might be there that could help them to be better equipped to defeat Parazius. So they defeated the Guardians, the 4 different Guardians in the Watchtowers, and were able to recover the 4 keys that they needed to descend into the basement. Or not into the basement. They used the 4 keys to get into the throne room, figure out the puzzle in there, and were able to then descend into the basement where the Horde was kept. After exploring the Horde, they found a number of different items, lightning javelins, they found armor, they found shields, they found rather unique orbs that had constellations in them, and when trying to identify these, they were unable to figure out what exactly they did. It seemed like the magic wasn't quite strong enough to push back the barriers that disguised the abilities of these orbs, and so they have now several of these orbs, and now they have been trying to figure out their next steps. Where we left off, the party had agreed that the next day they had all gone to bed, but this following day they were going to meet together and kind of figure out where they were going to go and what they were going to do and what the plan was. I think Riniya was going to get up early and have a makeover. So we'll start right there. Riniya, you have awoken. Being an elf, you do need a lot of rest, and so you have awoken before everybody else. Everybody is quietly asleep. You're closest to Lada. She rests peacefully there. And yeah, what are you gonna do?
First things first, I'm gonna go find quiet corner and do ritual.
Okay, perfect.
And then when that's done, I'm going to try to locate Brix.
Okay, you go and you find your corner, and the ritual typically would be slowly becoming easier and easier now that you're getting further and further away from your last episode. But for some reason, more recently, the voices in your head, especially with Leshka trying to mentally communicate with you, they seem to just kind of be more constant and ever present. And even with the several rituals that you've been able to go through since that episode, you're still kind of struggling to really kind of find that sense of balance. But you do manage to finish your ritual knowing that you will be okay for the rest of today until later tonight. But that's just something that's kind of on your mind.
Okay.
But you finish your ritual, and you can go find Blix. I believe Blix was staying in one of the guest rooms, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Knock, knock, knock.
Yeah, it's all right. And she'll go to answer the door. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
What?
Well, did you have another place in mind? Did you? I mean, I just thought we could be in my room.
Yeah. Okay. She kind of starts to take a step, but then ends up staying. And
Is that all right?
yeah.
Oh, you know I don't believe you.
Let's
Don't believe that for a
just
second.
let's just get started. Can I come in?
Yes, of course. I already said so.
Cool. She's gonna kind of walk in, kind of a bit speedily, and then stand in the middle of the room, not sure where to go now.
Blix will turn to Cedric, who I assume is in the corner, just be like, Cedric, why don't you go?
Yes.
Would you make friends with Lesh for me?
Lesh. Who's
Leshka.
Lesh? Leshka. Yes.
Last night.
I can do that.
Thank
And
you.
he goes and he picks up his little spear and just kind of like jaunts away.
Well, I don't know how well that's actually going to go, but the sooner they can get along, the better for me in the long run.
Right. Was he just standing there the whole night?
Did he sleep?
No.
Oh no. No, actually. I mean, yes, he doesn't sleep, apparently. He just guards, which is, it could be really great, on some levels. But, yeah, he didn't sleep.
Okay.
Man doesn't need a rest.
And so what do we do now?
So, I suppose, do you know what kind of makeup you like? Do you like, dark colours, muted, neutral, colours, rainbow?
I don't know.
All right. Well, if you've got, let's see, what colour are your eyes then? Nice dark colour. I think that brown would get quite lovely with that.
Okay. What do I do?
You don't have to do anything. Just let me. And she'll like get out her disguise kit and like lay it out, and like
Okay.
she'll just start like kind of like holding shades up to her face and be like, no, or like, yes, that would be quite lovely. And she'll just start like working on it. And she'll like kind of like notice, like you're tense, right? You're like
when you ask her to close her eyes, it's the tight squeeze.
Yeah.
And
well, you don't have to squeeze so hard, darling. If you just close your eyes, like you're about to sleep. You're just very natural. Yes, it's very good. So, how long have you known this group of people?
And I imagine like she like tries to open her eyes and then gets like poked. It's like, a little while now.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, it's weird because like it's only been it's been a shorter time than what real time, because we were in the Fae for a bit, and then the Fae like added like a whole bunch of extra time.
oh, I see. You're close then?
No.
Oh dear. You want to talk about that?
How long have you
What?
known Leshka?
Oh, little while now.
Like a couple years, maybe.
Yeah, a couple of years maybe, but long enough to be friends.
Jessica says from the hallway.
This guy here.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
just kidding.
secretly just. What are they talking about? He brought Cedric back. It's just like arm around his head. It's like, where are they? Where is she?
But this isn't canonical, right?
No.
Okay, good.
A couple of years now, actually. It's a funny story how we met. I don't know how you met your group of friends here, but I was breaking in somewhere with the intent to steal, and he found me. But instead of getting me into trouble like you would expect, he took me in and he helped me. So I never really had that sort of reaction from someone. It was very pleasant, and it's been quite pleasant ever since.
Did it take you guys a while?
But you know me. I mean, you don't know me, but you know me so far. I don't really take the time to make my intentions known. If I want to be your friend, I intend to be it. Which is why we're here right now, actually.
About that.
Yes.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why did you want to do this?
Well, because, I've never had a friend that was a girl before. I've heard stories, or I've heard from other people that this is something that, you know, friends do together. And I've done makeup for other people just through the years and like disguised them, but I've never done it recreationally. Is this not what friends do?
I don't think I could really tell you.
Really?
Why do you want to be my friend?
Well, what's not to like? I mean, look at you. Were we not together right now, I'd steal your form in an instant.
May I do something?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna do the truth thing again.
All right.
It'll include me.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm gonna cast a Zone of Truth.
Oh.
You still don't trust me, even after last night? It's all right if you don't. I know that. I guess.
I mean, it's not, I, Trust and I
you
aren't on
don't-
really good terms right now.
You know, we don't have to do this if you don't actually want to hang out with me. We can
No,
just ask
I-
the questions if you have more.
No,
you don't
no,
have to
no.
put it under the guise of the makeover.
I want a friend.
All right.
I just don't really know how to do that correctly, apparently.
Well, I don't really think there's a right way to do it. I think it really depends person to person, but for me, I mean, this is already a step in the right direction. Simply the fact that you're tolerating me at such a close proximity, it's exciting.
Yeah. I've never really had people poke at my face before.
Right, well, if I can relieve the pressure, it's just that it's usually, for blending purposes, I have to put a little bit of pressure, to blend the colours.
No, that's okay. It's gonna make me look better, right?
Well, it'll enhance your features that are already quite beautiful, I must say. What was that?
What was what?
You made a sound after I said you were beautiful. Oh, come on, out with it or I'll poke your face even more.
Don't do that. I felt kind of like a bit of a freak show lately.
What did you so?
My eyes are normally green.
Are they really?
Yeah.
I'm sure that's quite lovely with your black hair. Although I do must say, they are lovely now. I'm so sorry you don't think so.
They don't really come with good things. I'm still under the truth thing. Are you okay? Wait, I need to ask so why do you want to be my friend?
Well, it's like I said before, you give off a calming energy, and I've never had a friend who's a girl before, and also, I must admit, I do like a challenge when it comes to social interactions.
Okay.
Is that an okay answer?
I hope so, and I'm gonna let up the spell. How long does this normally take?
I'm almost done, dear, but I can speed it up if you'd like.
No, it's okay. I just am excited to see what it looks like.
I'm sure you are. You know, if your eyes were green right now, I think I would have gone for some purples, because purple really brings out the green, but given the lovely hue that they are at present, I think I went for some more natural browns, so to speak.
Okay. I
understand.
can't see it.
No, I know you don't. I know. Just give it a moment, dearie. I understand feeling like a freak, you mean. I don't quite know what bad things come with your eyes, but I do understand not liking how you look, I suppose.
What do you mean?
Well, what I mean is that I can take the form of anything I'd like, really, and so to tell you the truth, I just try to find the form that people like best and be that for them because, well, I don't like how I look naturally. But anyway, I was simply saying that I understand those kinds of feelings, of course. So what's that face?
I want to know.
All right.
Only if you're comfortable.
If I tell
tend
you,
to like.
will you tell me what bad things come with your eyes? We could be a trade system, our first secret as friends.
You have to promise that you won't think any differently of me.
I still know who you're talking to.
Lex?
Yes.
That's who I'm talking to.
Yes, indeed. At present, at least.
Is that your real name?
Blitz. It's the one I gave myself. I don't know my real name, so Blitz it is.
Well, I like Lex. Okay, trade for trade.
I can go first if it makes you more comfortable.
If you want, you can go first.
Right.
Only if you want.
Would you close your eyes?
Yeah.
You don't. Okay.
Wait, not now? Oh, am I gonna smudge the makeup?
No, it's all right. I can fix it.
Cup.
I can fix it. Cup. Yes, cup. Thank you, darling. And yeah, okay. Flix will take a very, very deep breath and turn around actually and face away and go into her changeling form.
Okay, perfect.
And I'm like, you could open your eyes now.
Okay.
And she's facing away from you, and it's just bright white straight hair from what you can see, and a lot lighter, like a white gray skin. So I won't think any less of you, as I promised. However, you didn't necessarily promise that you would think any less of me, and so I'd appreciate if you would promise that as well.
Promise.
All right. And she will turn around. And do you remember the description I gave? I can give it again.
Do it again.
Give it again.
So she has long, super straight white hair and like a gray white skin with blue patches throughout. Her eyes are bright white and glowing. There's no pupils, and she has a blue gem on her forehead.
You're so cool. You're like the opposite of me. And she like points to her hair and her eyes.
Yes, I suppose a sort of yin and yang situation, so to speak.
What's that?
Yin and yang, you're not familiar?
No idea.
It's like two forces that are opposite yet perfectly balanced when they're together.
Well, who's who?
Well, I suppose we could.
Wait.
All right. What is it?
Yanaya.
Yanaya. That's lovely.
According to my quick Google search, I believe that would be right. I think black is yin and white is yang.
I quite like that. I suppose
It sounds
I could
kind
be,
of weird, but it fits.
I suppose, I don't know, Blixien? That's not right, is it?
We'll work on it.
All right. You know, I have things to make. That's weird. Don't want to push it.
What?
Friendship bracelets?
Do you have things to make friendship bracelets?
Indeed, I do. And if I remember correctly, I have black thread and white thread, as well as black beads and white beads.
Yep.
Okay.
Have you ever had one before?
As she kind of looks down at her ankle.
Nope.
Not sure.
All right, well, I suppose this can be your first official Janaya and Blixien friendship bracelet. I don't like that very much. We'll have to work on it. All right. But first things first, and I'll get out a mirror and I will show. Should I make a check to see?
Yeah,
see
go
how-
ahead and make a performance check. Or a disguise check, whichever one that would be.
That is a 23.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You have like perfect wings, nice little like subtle but like very highlighting eyeshadows, the whole 9 yards. It's freaking primo. It's like you said, it doesn't like she's already beautiful. It just enhances a lot of those features.
Of course.
We're learning DJ's makeup knowledge.
That's right. Hey, and I've done Shay's
What
makeup
do you
before.
think?
Will you show me how to do it?
Of course.
We don't have to today. We have a lot to do today.
I'd love to teach you. To be honest, Cedric has to do anything I say. So if I want to do his makeup, I can. It's quite
Okay.
really. We could practice on Cedric later.
Later.
DJ frowned when you said that.
My boy Cedric, it's a good thing he doesn't have a soul.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something somewhere. And Blix will get out the white string and put a black bead on it and fasten it to Riniya's wrist, and then take the black string with a white bead and put it on hers.
Also, so you're kind of connected in the things Havel's connected in, right?
Blix is not, however, Belva is.
You're not gonna do anything. Well, Belva's... Belva...
Belva and
Is-
I am not going to do anything. To be honest, as I will be with you, I made a promise last night. No half-truths, and I'm trying. Belva has actually not had a mission with Venetia since I met Eshka.
And
I didn't
Belva...
take any new jobs.
If Belva were to take a new job, you won't speak of Havel?
It's like I said, darling. I don't actually care.
That's a good attitude.
Right? He thinks he's so important, doesn't he? And he might be to some people, but he could have been important to me, but he blew that right away.
Okay. Is that how much time do
No,
we go
before
wake
you
up?
go, now that we're friends, the whole messaging in your head thing, it could be fun, don't you think? Secrets. Side conversations.
Will you just make sure to say it's you?
Oh, of course. You haven't told me your thing. Hey, all this time I've been talking me.
Right. Okay. So, it's kind of this thing where if I don't really take care of it, or I let go, I can get like really, really strong and really, really scary.
That sounds like an amazing tool.
Yeah, but like if I cross a certain point, there's not really a return.
Okay. So what?
Um,
A secret weapon, but dangerous undertones.
I don't really want to be a secret weapon, to be honest. I'd rather just.
Of course. I was referring to your ability. Not to you as a whole, of course.
I don't want to hurt anybody.
I understand that. For what it's worth, I don't think that makes you freakish at all. In fact, I think it makes you quite unique and interesting.
Yeah, I think a lot of people agree with you on that.
In not a good way.
No, sometimes I think it's the only thing people are interested in.
Well, I tell you what, I had no idea when I first met you, and I was still interested to be your friend.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I will say it's me, and I promise. No, I can't make promises I can't keep. I will try my best not to make you laugh outwardly, just to make it clear that we're having a secret conversation. But sometimes I'm quite funny.
Okay.
Okay.
At this point, you hear a knocking on the door.
Pick it up, me, and I will go back to my elf form as I get up to open it. And I'll wink. I'll wink at Riniya. I'll like change form, and I'll go, and I'll open the door.
All right, you open the door to see Cedric. Leshka is asleep.
Oh, okay, dear. Well, thank
Should
you
I
for
wake him
trying.
up?
No, there's
Wake him
no
up.
need.
Oh.
Nice.
I love how he runs. Do it again.
It's his plate mail bouncing.
Yes.
And he's gonna go over. Leshka, where are you sleeping?
That's a great question. Probably, like, honestly, just down the hall from where Blix is, probably.
Okay, perfect. He goes over to you. And you're sitting there, half asleep. You're like on the verge of waking up.
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of like peek one eye open, and you just see Cedric staring over you, gently reaching a hand down slowly towards your face.
Oh, God. Oh my goodness! I start flailing.
He just grabs you. Are you awake?
I am now.
Good. We are friends.
What?
Blix makes you and I friends. He picks you up
He's just
and
a
pulls you into
caveman.
a hug.
I love Cedric.
Friend.
I love
Pats you on the head. And then John's back to Blix.
I just look over down towards her room.
Blix, you just watched all of this happen.
She's giggling,
Leshka is
and
friends.
she pulled Riniya to come look, and it's like, well, Blix, I thought it might be good for you two to be friends, you know, since Cedric's going to be around now.
Oh. I mean, okay. I'm gonna go start some tea.
I'll go with you.
I love Cedric.
Is that the first decision he made on his own?
Yeah.
Oh no,
He's
he's
the
gaining
man of the
sentience.
team, his friend.
He's gaining sentience, guys.
That's right. He doesn't have a soul, but he can have a brain.
Ooh,
He only had a soul.
them words.
It's a whole.
Why
arc right
is
there.
it
She's
that
finding
now
a
I
soul for
can't
Cedric.
wait? I can't wait for Catherine and Cedric to meet.
And Cedric.
I'm
It's
so
Cedric.
excited for the
Cedric,
Cedric
have-
soul arc.
Cedric.
The character
Cedric
development on
himself.
this NPC. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
No, I
That is
kind of
so
really
good.
want Blix and Leshka and Cedric to meet Cather and Valora. I think it'd be really
That would
fun.
be. How
Well,
would we even do that, guys?
It's never. Well, really, it's just
We
never.
Don't
figure it out.
underestimate my ability to switch accents.
I believe you.
Oh,
Don't show
you
me,
best
that's too
believe I
much
totally
power.
forgot Leshka's accent. That's for sure.
Too much power for one role player.
Leshka. That guy sounds like this.
No, that's me.
That's Tarak.
I'm Tarak.
Anyway, Cedric jaunts over in front of you, and then realizes that he doesn't know where T would be, and he just turns around.
I go to like the main like gathering hall.
Yep.
And well, let's see. Would I have the stuff to make tea, or would I have to steal it from Edward?
There's a kitchen off the main hall.
There's a kitchen.
That's true, actually. Yeah, I would just go to the kitchen and make some
We
tea.
are in a mansion.
You go down to the bottom left corner, closest to the door, and enter the kitchen. What's up, Riniya?
As Leshka passes, I go, "Oh, make extra. Edward is like obsessed."
I will make some for everybody. Hey, there's the accent. I remembered it.
Hey.
Job.
You and Cedric go to the kitchen. Cedric just starts like grabbing pots and putting them on places. He's kind of like humming to himself.
I try to just not like avoid him, but like avoid him as I'm trying to get this teammate.
That's fine. You go over to where there's like, it's kind of cool. It's like it's a fireplace that is like, it has almost like a stovetop on it. Like it's designed to, it's a wood burning stove is what you could call it.
Okay.
And so yeah, you go over and you can start like there's a little pile of wood off the side, so you can start like burning some of the fuel. That heats up the what is the thing? The
tea kettle.
The
burner?
coil, the burner, the coil, whatever it's called.
Stovetop?
Yeah, it starts heating up the stovetop, at which point you're able to put the kettle on, and after a little while, it starts going.
Nice.
Cedric, at one point, has gone over and is just standing behind you.
Are there stoves in this world?
There are now.
Okay, I was just for canon's sake, I just wanted to confirm.
There are
To be
stoves.
fair, this is also a dragon's like stronghold, so maybe it's a little advanced.
Ooh,
Question
yeah, there you
mark.
go. This is a luxury here. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Blow up my iPhone.
Correct.
Guys,
How
I
that
found
took me a
this,
moment to realize what was wrong with
this
that.
strange arcane device. It has moving pictures.
It has games on it.
After a little while, the
We
kettle
start.
begins to whistle, and just before you go to grab it, Cedric goes to grab it, but you manage to grab it first, and so he just grabs the like hot burner.
Oh, Cedric.
I see how he move his arm off of the thing.
Cedric.
Oh. And he just jaunts away.
Cedric, more like Cindric.
I look to the wall with no one there, just
It's still Cedric. It never changed.
Never changed.
I will, yeah, and after that, I will get several cups of tea ready and just kind of sit and wait for people.
This is very important to you. Make a cup of tea for Cedric.
Yes.
Cedric eat food?
If I have the option, I suppose I will. Otherwise, books
Okay.
will get mad at me.
What is this, a Telltale game?
Yes. You make all your tea. Let's see, with the 6 of you guys and Cedric and Lotta, you make 8 cups of tea. And then take them all into the banquet hall. At this point, everybody has woken up. Is there anything that the 3 of you guys want to do when you wake up? The 3 of you, meaning the 3 boys that haven't woken up yet.
Can I listen? This will be brief. DJ, bless your soul, child. Bless your soul for letting your mom know that that was Hungies.
Yeah,
because I have chicken nuggets now.
You're welcome.
That's so cute.
Anyways,
Here's
we
the
can
thing.
continue.
If you guys ever, here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you this now, okay? If you guys ever get to meet Ryan's the type of person where he won't go get food or he won't ask for food when he's hungry, But if you get him food and don't tell him, he'll still eat it. So that's the
Because
key.
I'll feel bad then, because you already spent the money.
Oh,
Also,
that's
they
right.
got me sweet and sour sauce, which means DJ remembered.
That's so
I'm the
cute.
best.
It's
boy.
the best sauce.
It really
Best
is.
boyfriend.
Anyways, Havel
It's getting steamy.
has just been staring up at the ceiling. He's been awake.
And
He's just
I like to think that Havel is like just kind of laying in the banquet hall, and he just sees like Cedric going like back and forth across the
yeah,
whole
pretty
thing
much.
in his peripheral view.
Pretty much. Havel hasn't moved. He's just kind of in his thoughts, staring at the roof,
With-
the ceiling, roof.
Shrek also slept in the banquet hall. He doesn't like beds.
That's fair. Okay.
I'm pretty sure Edward stayed in one of the like guest suites.
I think
right?
you did. Yep.
All right.
Ooh.
Well,
Havel gets up and is gonna go bother Edward.
Hey.
yay!
All right, you go over to the
I mean,
one of the guest rooms. Blix and Riniya, what have you guys done in the last 10 minutes? Does Havel pass you guys?
Oh, good question. Yes, I would say he does. We've kind
Okay,
of
perfect. Yeah, you just pass Blix and Riniya.
Good
They've
morning.
been talking and stuff.
Blix kind of like holds her breath and watches as he walks by.
Riniya starts to wave and then just kind of looks to Blix.
I walk past and just go, we'll talk later.
No comment on Riniya's makeup. She looks lovely today, don't you agree?
I'm still wiping the sleep from my eyes, sorry, what?
I did her makeup. Don't you think she looks lovely?
I always think she looks lovely.
So Blix will
Nice.
like side eye Riniya.
will
Riniya's
say
staring
that-
at the floor.
I will say though, Riniya, you look wonderful. You did a good job, Blix.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm gonna go bother Edward.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Perfect. Yeah, you go up upon one of the doors that you're assuming Edward is. You can tell because of all the doors, this one is the one that has the doorknob that has the least amount of dust on it. It's been cleaned.
Nice.
Yeah.
I approach.
Who is it?
I give him my best. Oh. Ooh.
You give
I
you
give him-
him your best. Oh.
I give him my best I give him my best Tarak impression. Can I've
Not
spent
bad.
have
just
I
think
have-
low. Just think
have
low
I spent-
Sean Connery with
have
a
I
lisp.
spent long enough? Well, this because I know that my Tarak impression probably isn't going to be the best thing ever.
You still have to do
But
it.
Havel has a ability that allows him to essentially mimic someone's accent after speaking for or being around them for a period of time. Now
Yeah,
that being said,
you-
I've been with these guys for months.
Yeah, you're very familiar with Tarak's accent. Just for the sake of entertainment, in game, it sounds the exact same. But what do you say and how do you say it, Ryan?
Ryan, let me cut you through this.
Uh.
Right, do you know what Sean Connery sounds like? Okay, so take Sean
Sure, yeah.
Connery, bring it
Okay.
down,
Okay.
bring your jaw forward, and give him
Yeah.
a lisp. And then you're right there. You're Sean Connery. Sean Connery with a lisp.
I love you guys.
It's me.
Perfect.
And Edward, is there any rolling, or does Edward just think?
Nope, you just think it's him.
Edward says, "Oh, what do you want?"
Can you open up a little bit? I think we really need to talk.
Okay, I guess. I was just doing my stretches, and then you hear some footsteps, and he opens the door.
Havel
And it's-
kicks open the door.
Oh, you
Closes
animal!
it-
What are you doing? And then I notice that it's not Tarak, and I say,
Yeah. It closes it behind him and goes, I knew you weren't going to open it if I didn't lie. I'm sorry. You just. Anyways.
"Wait, you lied to me about who you were?"
Yes, what do you want?
Again?
If I
Edward, if I came over here, one, ouch. Two, if I came over here and I was like, oh, it's me, Havel, I want to talk to you, you would have just given me a bunch of crap and I didn't want to deal with that. So now I'm here, I'm already in your room, so you might as well talk to me.
Okay, you have a point. Now you're here. What do you want to say?
Matt, hold on. Havel's going to like walk over to his bed and like take a seat.
Oh, by all means.
Thank you. I'm a terrible person. Now, we've cleared this up. We've been over this multiple times. But like I want to do better. If I'm going to be honest, I want to try better.
Okay. What
So
does that entail?
I'm starting with the most difficult thing I could think of. I've been planning it all morning.
What
Can you imagine what that is?
Talking to me? I don't know.
Very
you're
close.
here.
I'm going to be honest with you, Edward, which is going to be painful for me.
Oh, okay. Yes. What is it? I'd love to know.
Can you stop looking at me with that weird smirk of yours?
Go ahead.
Okay. It's making me a bit uncomfortable. I'm going to be honest.
Fine. Okay. I won't smirk at you then.
I
will
know it's just
stand here dead faced the whole time
you don't
talk.
you don't have to sit there deadpan. It makes me feel like you're mocking me or you're deriving a little bit too much enjoyment
Havel.
from this.
Havel,
and...
I'm not mocking you, okay? I want to know what you have to say. Listen, I can be a bit offish too. It's been a weird few months. What can I say? I've been a bit off too. But we're in a proper room. We can talk like civilized men. It's fine.
Right.
We can handle a morning, right?
Sure. Don't take this the wrong way. I envy you.
Oh.
I
Why?
hate to admit it, but I envy you. I think that you have faith in the world. You're a little bit naive. Just a little bit, just a dash naive. You believe that you can save this place from being condemned straight to the 9. In whatever regard, to whatever ability it may be. Now that being said, you're a coward in every sense of the word.
Well,
but I'm not done. This is very difficult for me.
Okay.
But that being said, I am proud of you. Because yes, because you haven't run. You could have left so many times. So many times. You could have fallen back on your wealth. You could have even before you found out whatever was going on with your dad. I'm not going to even pretend like I know what's going on. But even before that, you could have just left. You could have walked away. Even now, you could still walk away, and yet you're still here. And I'm going to be honest with you. When I first met you, that is about 100 times the expectations that I had. I did not think you would make it this far. I envy you for your innocence. I am proud of you for your integrity. And that being said, I am a little bit disappointed, though, that you still haven't learned to bite your tongue sometimes.
Well, that was nice of you to say. I felt like I had nowhere to run to be fair. But I'm kind of, sometimes I'm a little glad that was the case. I mean, it's clear that, imagine what would have happened if I would have stayed home. Sometimes I think about that, like, where would I be? I'd probably just be right along there with Prosius, and that's no good for anybody.
Or dead.
I doubt that, but maybe, I guess.
Or dead.
Well, maybe, but probably not. My point being, I haven't received much praise. And I'm not saying I'm looking for it, but it's kind of nice somebody saying that they appreciate what I've done, even if it's not much. And I do think we can do things that can change things. I just don't know how. So, as much as that is begrudgingly from you, I appreciate the words. I really do.
What do you think? What do you think we're doing here?
I guess we're trying to
Change.
survive, and
No,
that too. Yeah.
Edward.
Yes.
We're trying to make change. You said, I want to change things, and I do not know how. This is how. This is your opportunity. One of many, but this is an opportunity.
Well, I know that this is probably the best shot I have, isn't it? I don't want to walk around sulking about everything all the time. I mean, sure, it'd have been nice if things were a little bit different, or if I could have had a better footing, but... Sorry, what was that?
You do not want to turn into me. Trust me.
What do you mean?
Sulking.
Elaborate.
All the time.
Oh, sulking all the time. Oh, you can sulk pretty well, I'll give you that much.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that, yeah.
Listen, I don't know what will come of all of this. I mean, if in the end we can't really change things and we have to move away to another place, that's how it is. But while we have the chance, might as well try. And honestly, Havel, you're still around too, okay? We could have both walked away. We're both kind of princes to our trade of sorts. And we've both decided to just kind of give up our heritage to do whatever it is, you know what I mean?
I'm going to stop you right now. I was no prince. I was a king.
Well, you were the heir to vast riches, weren't you?
I repeat what I said. I wasn't a prince. I was a king. Those riches were mine.
Oh. And so you were the king of the slums, though, right?
No. No, Grant. If your father... Edward.
Yes.
If your father, say, wanted the deed to a mountain, but he didn't necessarily have the ability to pay for it or find it himself, my job would be to bribe, kill, and convince everyone and anyone I needed to, I suppose, get that deed for that mountain. That being said, that doesn't mean that your father has worked with me. I didn't work at that level. No. You know those coins that I held, that I wore as a badge of honor?
Yes.
I minted those, each one worth 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold and then some.
How? That little thing?
Money only has the same amount of value that we attribute to it.
I understand that, sure.
And while that coin to you may not be valued by much, and realistically so, it's copper-plated and brass. But I will say, the people that worked under me, we value those coins very much. You have to do quite a bit to get one of those.
Okay, I'm following. You have these coins, and they mean
Yes.
a lot to people. And you deal with people who need things,
Yes.
which is important.
You said that I was the king of the slums. No. We weren't a thieves guild. We didn't do petty crime. No. The ledger runs Morencia. The ledger is everywhere. The ledger is omnipotent. Before my incident, before the thing that failed me, I was one of the 6 that decided everything. When I said in my notes that I wasn't a part of the mafia, that I ran it, I meant that. I was not a part of the mafia. I ran the mafia. And it's not a mafia, it's a syndicate, but we won't get into that.
Right, but okay. It seems a bit arrogant to think that the ledger runs everything, right? Like, I know for a fact that my family doesn't deal with things like that. I was the heir to one of the greatest businesses in supposedly the entire surrounding area. I mean, the Fellows Aldernite Distribution, that's where I was supposed to be. And that's something set on honor and discipline and hard work. And so the ledger is one thing. Doing an honest job is another thing. You know what I'm saying? Listen.
Exactly. You just answered your own question. None of what I did was honest. The only honest thing about it is that it was honestly terrible. So, simply put, some of the worst people gain, and I suppose earn, in a sense, power. Doesn't mean it's deserved, but it exists. Anyways,
it's so mind-boggling how
I'm sure,
fast.
and we could talk in circles all we wanted. I think Leshka's making tea.
No way.
And
we're actually getting tea.
And I've exhausted my conversational topics, so I'm going to leave now.
You just walked in here to talk about?
No, I came in here to compliment you, and then you started questioning me about my job and then my integrity about whether or not I was a king.
Oh, sorry about that.
You basically
really?
you looked you called for management, got the CEO, and said, "Wow, your company's trash."
Yeah. Thank you for the compliments, Havel. Thank you.
Of course,
it's nice to hear that I'm appreciated by somebody. Okay.
That being said, you don't get too smug. You should learn to bite your tongue sometimes.
Don't you worry, I'm not smug. Not until I have my tea. Let's get going, Havel. Let's get that tea. And
my
he starts.
My statement.
He
stands.
opens up the door, starts motioning. Tea time.
Okay, tea time. We're gonna go with tea again.
And Edward pats him on the bum as he walks up. I'm just kidding.
Athletic butt slap. Get in there, kid.
Go get that tea, bud.
I stab him.
I'm just kidding.
Anyways, we gotta get tea.
So everybody at this point is about ready to reconvene. At this point, Lada comes out of what was Amos's room, and yes.
I have also replaced ginger in my hair.
Okay, perfect. She's nice and warm, cuddled up, and getting ready to eat some of the little provisions. Leshka, you pull out all this tea and start setting out cups, and you guys begin to gather around this. Cedric goes over and stands by Blix awkwardly, not really knowing what to do.
You can sit down, you know.
He lifts a leg straight up and then over and then down, and then over and down and sits down.
Where is Leshka? Sitting at the table.
That's a great question. Is it like chairs? Is it benches?
They're long benches.
Okay. Well, I suppose I'm probably standing at the head of it, serving out the tea, and then I will just wrap around one of the sides and just kind of sit at the end.
Cedric sits next to you.
Next to me?
I was gonna say.
Or next to her?
Next to you.
Friends now. So.
Flex will message, and will say, "I'm sorry about that. I just really want you two to get along."
Yeah.
I just really want my dad to like my new boyfriend.
He concerns me, if I'm honest. He kind of burnt his hands and didn't have any reaction.
You then look at Cedric as he's just staring at his hand.
I'll grab it and wrap it.
Do I see this?
Yeah, you see all of this.
Yeah, you're sitting. She'll just take that and she'll just start wrapping it and be like,
Do you I can hear that if you.
Does that hurt? Cedric? Does it hurt, dear?
Hurt.
Is it an unpleasant feeling?
Unpleasant. Yes.
Okay. Yes, please. I think a little healing will do just fine.
Okay. And I'll do Cure Wounds first level.
I'll tell Blix mentally. I guess it would be nice to have a bit more muscle.
Muscle he has.
Riniya, when you go to cast Cure Wounds, it works, but it's really interesting. It's normally when you cast a spell like this, you sense that you're restoring the organic material and then linking it to the soul or the inner mind and stuff like that, what would actually be in control of this. And with Cedric, you restore the organic material, but there's like nothing to link it to. It's just kind of, he's like a hollow shell, basically.
So we have a flesh golem that took levels in fighter.
What?
Basically.
We have a flesh golem that took levels in fighter.
Basically.
Yes.
Who has a tiny amount of personality.
Does someone have lightning bolt? I think if we shock him, that like.
There we go. Yeah.
It's alive.
She just like taps.
It's alive.
Does that feel better?
Yes.
Okay. Also, it's 6 hit points back if that's
Okay,
helpful.
perfect. Yeah.
All
He
right.
then takes it and like looks around and grabs the tea, and like just he doesn't actually swallow it, but it like goes down his mouth.
Yeah.
I approve of this.
Good.
I'm gonna go sit down.
When he's pretending to drink, it's just going down.
I would also have accepted if he just like splashed it in his own face.
Yeah, I would have taken that as well. Blix will just like hand him a napkin, be like,
All right. So
nice.
In regards to a plan, what do you guys want to do?
Wait, are Havel and Edward there yet?
Yes.
Fleshka? Oh, okay,
Yes,
cool.
everyone's
Well,
there.
Edward says, tea. I've been waiting for tea. And he gets some tea and he sips the tea and he says, now we can move on.
Before we get too far, I'm going to
Okay.
say this in front of everyone so that way we just get it out there. Blix.
Yes.
I am sorry for the way I acted. It was out of line. It was being rude. I will not do it again. You are a valued member of this party until whatever task you guys are set on doing, helping us, I suppose, is complete. And yes, I think that's it for now.
apology accepted. And I apologize too for making you not trust me at first.
It's not your fault. I have trust issues.
That's fair. Comes
Edward,
with the job, I think.
Edward looks over at Havel and says, I like this new Havel. And then he looks at everybody else and says, you guys have to hear his Tarak impression. It is crazy.
Don't push it.
Well, you did it earlier. It sounded just like him. It was actually fantastic. I can't do that.
You do impressions?
Please no.
Havel does. He did it. It was good.
At this point, Lada will speak
Edward,
up.
You can do some pretty good impressions. I remember you did that impression of Katha that one time.
Oh, do you guys
It
want to
was-
hear Catherine?
So do we want to go
Pretty
to the
spot on.
library?
So maybe we should figure out what your guys' plan is.
Library.
Yes, of course. Why were you wanting to go to the library again?
La biblioteca.
Right. Was it, what information were you looking for specifically to help your friends?
Information on process, right? That's what we were looking for.
That would be preferred. Or just more
Something.
on what happened.
Oh, sorry. Do I recall, and by I mean Ryan vaguely recalls, does Havel with the really high intelligence. It's like Becky with the good hair, except D&D. Does Havel with the high intelligence remember the Fae that Melora described? Like forever ago?
Roll a history check.
Because you
Yeah,
explained it to us, right?
about. Oh.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Question.
Yes.
Can you, very briefly, or even like through Snapchat real quick, remind me what I saw when I got to see Cather and Melora?
You saw Cather being strung up from the balcony. You then saw them fight in a coliseum, and then you saw them in manacles in a room.
Okay, do I recognize the balcony?
No.
And then there was like 5 different Prosius masks.
Yeah, you remember
People...
in the Colosseum, there were 5 figures that had the golden mask.
Did I see like anybody else in there?
Yeah, there were other Fey beings, there were other people. It was a crowded Colosseum.
Cool.
And were Cather and Melora alive in these visions?
Yes.
DJ? Okay, cool. That's good.
That's a 9.
9? Yeah, you vaguely remember. You're like, yeah, she described a thing. It probably was an archfey.
Heck.
It had something to do with like a golden crown or something.
And it had teeth.
It was
Yeah,
a
she
woman.
had teeth.
Why do they all have teeth?
They all have teeth, man. Long fangs, bro.
Well, I guess. Okay, wait. I guess I don't know. No, Leshka doesn't know anything, any involvement of the Fae yet. Actually,
Nope.
I take that back.
Nope.
Keep going.
Way to not metagame. Good job.
Well, I kind of briefly mentioned it to Havel, and I told Tarak as well. I kind of got to see them, Melora and Cather, very briefly.
What? When?
Visions. I think they're still alive, but they're not really in the best condition and aren't really being treated in the best condition, which we kind of expected. But we're kind of dealing with more than one Prosius, and also probably a lot of Fae as well.
No.
Oh dear.
So you dreamt of Cather and Melora being mistreated?
I didn't dream, I saw it.
Okay.
All right.
How did this happen?
How did what happen? Cather and Melora got taken, you were there.
Well, how did you see this?
I let it happen.
Magics?
Yeah.
We could use that again, I guess. Well, if you're certain on that,
But you didn't see where they were per se, though.
Any physical things?
There was a balcony. There was an arena.
Okay.
Very interesting.
DM, does balcony and arena mean anything to Edward?
Roll a history check.
While that's happening.
Yeah.
There are
At
some
20. Sorry.
There are some at the Scholar's Guide, some areas that contain information on the Fae. Along with I haven't necessarily looked into it personally, but I'm sure there might be some recent history on Athala, perhaps. We usually try to keep up to date with things going on the
If
continent.
there aren't books on it, then I'm sure people there might know things.
Right,
as well.
yes. And there are lots of scholars who keep and manage the library and also do what I do and travel. If need be, I have a quick way of getting us there.
I was going to say, we might want to opt for the quick way, especially if your friends are not in the best of conditions at the moment.
Yes. The main thing to worry about with that is I can reliably get us there quickly. The getting out part is somewhat... It's kind of risky. Usually it's fine. There's a small chance that something goes drastically wrong as we try to leave. but it's never happened, you know.
What?
Well, so the Scholar's Guide, we have lots of places around the world that we have these they're called teleportation circles, and well, they're not of the highest quality. So on occasion when you try to use one, or specifically go to one that isn't at the library, then it might be a little it might be painful.
Lashkar, are you trying to tell us that by trying to leave, we might get sent halfway across the globe?
No, more like if we try to leave, there's approximately a 10% chance that we just blow up.
Gosh.
Those aren't bad odds.
Like I said, it's never happened to me. Blix and I do it all the time. Well, not all the time. We like to take the foot travel, really. It's nice to see places. But it's never happened. I've never seen it happen personally. So
it could be fun.
Do many people use the portals?
Yes.
Well,
I have the capability to make sure to bring us both there and back out. And it might be...
Oh.
DM, do I know of a place that is fairly close to Athala?
The closest portal, there isn't a portal in Athala,
but
in Herentha there is.
Okay.
Herentha's about a 6-day walk from Athala, northeast. Yeah.
So, you know.
Well,
while that was going on, Grant, real quick, what did you get on that history check?
Nat 20.
Okay. The balcony doesn't really make any sense, but you do remember that Athala did have a Colosseum.
Okay.
Basically,
well, I know that.
Behind the main mountain that Athala is built into was a lake that had been dried up, and so the surrounding mountains that surrounded it had basically stadium seating carved into it, and then this lake bed has become kind of this Colosseum-esque area where different sporting events would go on and different shows and stuff like that. Really awesome. Big things going on would happen there, especially for the country of Ocleron. Like if there was any national things that would usually be shown there.
You know, say fairs, stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Farmers markets. Edward turns to Leshka and says, I have some personal business at the library, so whether we leave on foot or a portal doesn't matter to me. I'd be willing to even walk back if that's what we have to do.
Well, my only concern, and forgive me if I'm overstepping, I don't know your friend's situation much, but I don't know if foot travel will be best for them.
Oh, don't worry. We don't have to worry about the other party.
I'm sorry.
I should be okay. Oh, yes.
I'm not misunderstanding. Is this not a rescue mission? Is that not?
It is a rescue mission. Don't pay attention to Edward. He's an idiot.
All right.
Yeah, we do have to hurry. Also, Riniya.
Oh my goodness.
Did this Colosseum, did it look natural, as if it was carved out of a naturally occurring rock bed?
The Colosseum looked like a dried lake bed.
Did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. In the seating, did it look as if it was carved into actual stone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, good news. They're likely still next to Athala. So that's nice. At least they're not somewhere else. I say we go to the library.
Do we want to teleport to the library now?
Lotta, do you have any way of getting in contact with Malor and Cather? Or know of anything that Amos might have had that could...
I could probably do that. I'm a little rusty, but let me see.
Oh dear. Now, DJ, I'm just going to tell you. Now you have to keep track of how many days
have
have traveled on our end and on their end.
Oh, no,
I play a high-level cleric. I think sending can contact any person as long as they're on the same plane of existence and you're familiar with them. If you're not familiar with them, then you have to make a check to see if you're able to contact them.
Actually, well, I think sending is actually just anywhere.
It's
a dog.
anywhere,
No,
but
if
if it's on a different plane, there's a chance.
There's like a certain margin of error that
There's a
chance
5%
You
chance
have,
the
you have
message
to call
doesn't arrive.
collect.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they might not get the message if
Because
it's on a
it's-
different plane.
But I think it's scrying though, right? That like is for sure.
Okay. Let me do a little
Scrying
thinking real quick.
is one way though. Like it's just
don't
you
think-
watching them.
Right.
Let's see.
Yeah,
So you guys have been here for about 4 days, which would mean that
They're
Yeah,
dead.
same plane. Yeah, scrying has to be on the same plane.
They've
this would be just after the Coliseum.
If any of you are wondering,
Okay.
DJ has been DMing for the two people that are not in the party right now their own separate things. So he has
AKA
to keep
Hannah and
track of
Drew.
everything that's going on.
Trying to. So,
We're gonna have to backtrack.
Or maybe not.
Also, Eve says that she has done sending before.
oh yeah.
And Eve as lore master.
He does
That's-
keep her-
you know, you're not
Actually
wrong.
true.
As honorary lore master.
However,
That's right.
in real life, she's
not even
done
honorary
something.
at this point.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's
thanks,
just the
Steve.
lore
She's got
master.
timestamps, dude.
That's right.
Yeah.
Lot of
Now, who does she?
You
Now,
want-
the important question: who does she pick?
she who does she pick? She probably picked Catherine.
Garcia's.
Bruce face.
All right, we're gonna roll for this.
He's so excited.
That was
Because-
so funny.
He's
Like,
so
she probably
excited.
picked Catherine. He was
Wait,
like,
wait. Can you talk to
Aw.
both of them?
Yes, that would be a little tiring, but I could probably do that.
Oh, please.
No,
You had a
no.
full-fledged conversation with my father.
Lana,
Spell!
do you want to come with us to the library?
Edward says,
I-
please, quietly.
There are enough things here that I should take care of. I will let you guys go to the library.
That's fair.
Okay.
Okay. She messages Catherine.
All right. Wonderful.
Drew is trying to remember Catherine's exit.
Righty-tighty, me
So,
potato.
Drew,
Tell them that we're on our way and we miss them and we're all okay and we're coming to get them.
okay.
That's a lie.
We just have to stop by the library first.
and maybe mention Ginger.
And
Just an
Ginger
idea.
is in my hair right now.
So, Drew,
To the library.
this is this is just after you guys. It's on the way back from the Coliseum.
Okay. Neat.
Okay.
So I'm like barely conscious.
Yes.
Nice.
Gosh.
Yeah. You're like at 1 HP.
Yep.
Yeah. Spoilers.
Catherine,
Someone keep track of my words. I only get 25.
Wait, actually, if I
Nope. I just looked at the spell. It's 25.
no, I'm talking about Catherine being conscious right now.
Yeah, he's
Hey,
like
don't
he's,
fight it.
he's,
Don't fight it.
yeah, he's barely conscious. Well, it's
Let
fine.
it happen.
Okay.
It happened, Hannah.
It's
We want to talk to Catherine. Hannah.
He's in a weird fluke state called the DM's
I'll just
discretion.
let the DM talk to them.
Hello, Cather. Your friends are coming to get you. We have to make a quick stop, but are on our way to rescue you. Hang
Nice.
in.
You get to hang.
Yikes.
And then she sits back for a second. Okay. And then she messages Melora.
Wait, do they get to respond?
Cather can't respond.
Rip.
Catherine says,
Here's what she gets back.
yes, it's the Catherine sigh.
Okay. Melora.
Yeah.
Hello, Melora. We are coming to get you. Hang tight and try not to die. Also, Ginger is okay. This is Lada.
Oh, okay.
Have some words.
You got 3 more.
Don't you have 3 more words? Yeah, you got 3 more words, DM.
Riniya loves
I
you.
imagine.
Aw.
Aw. I imagine this is when she's in the armory
Yeah, this is like as you're like grabbing the knife, you're like,
Knife,
Yeah.
knife.
All right.
It's
Thank
more.
you, Lara.
It's more.
We'll try our best. We may escape before then. If so, we'll head to Katin. Hope to see you there.
Hoity-toity.
Pet danger.
Patrick.
Arthur seems to be hurt in some sort of way, but Malora was able to respond. She sounded alright and thinks that they might be able to escape. If they do, they're going to come to Katin. I will go back and wait for them. I'll also send her a message every day to see how progress is going.
Great. It was great news.
Oh, I hope this works out.
Well,
So-
no use sitting around. To the library.
To the Leshka, are you gonna do it with me or what?
Please don't.
To the library.
Did Cedric just do that too?
Yes.
Riniya runs over and hugs Lada.
You're going to do great. See if
No,
you can't
right.
find something interesting.
Oh, right. And you got a right too. And let me know how Catherine Malora are.
I will let you know.
I love you.
I love you too.
Thanks, Mom.
I'm so sorry. I know I'm really bad at this whole like timing thing. Lara, I just remembered I got these weird star-looking orbs in
Bravo.
the hoard. Oh, okay. Okay, we don't have to talk about it. It's fine.
Oh, go on. Talk about your.
No, well they are powerful items.
She
I think.
kisses your head, Riniya, and then turns to you, Owl. Yeah, what about him?
We cast Identify in them, but apparently they don't have any aspects, yet they are a very powerful magic item. Do you know any stories or potentially might know anything more about these things? I pull one out. I pull out Icarus.
May I see it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go for it.
Well, it's definitely magical.
Yeah, you have to attune to it.
Interesting. There are tales of magic items that have certain like blockades. They're just defenses to prevent the nature of the items. To prevent discovering the nature of the item, it usually takes a more adept magician to overcome them. It could be something like that, is why you can't see what it is. If it's attuned, if it needs attunement, have you attuned to this?
Yes.
And you didn't get anything.
The DM said no.
God was like, no. Then, yeah, maybe. I know the Scholar's Guide has a lot of tools to overcome this, and a lot of powerful magicians. Isn't that right, Lishka? There might be someone there or a device there that could help overcome this.
Love that. Thank you, Lada. Heck, Lashka and Lada, both of you. Thank all of you. You guys are really great.
I try. Is there
To the
anything
library.
else that I can do for you all?
I think we're good to go.
Good to
Jessica,
go.
you got whatever you're gonna do.
Love you, Lada.
So while this has been happening,
Love you all too. Yes. While this has been happening, Lishka.
I took out from my bag. I took out the scroll and I kind of held it out there and looked at it. It's like, okay, yep, okay. I take out a piece of chalk and I arrange everyone into certain positions, kind of in a circle, and I will start drawing on the ground the arcane runes necessary to create the portal, and with the inscription to go back to the library in the center. And then I'll put the piece of chalk away, and the ring on my finger will glow briefly, and the
Riniya's waving.
chalk will also begin
Have
to glow.
fun. Good luck.
and in a flash.
Don't get eaten by Solar. Oh, bye.
Edward also, as like before we leave, he just tosses a little pouch of 30 gold to Lada and says, "Make sure they're okay." And then we leave.
Here, super wealthy adventurer, take my 30 gold.
Take my pocket change.
Take my pity money.
As you guys are just gone and she's left by herself, she just sits there holding the bag of coins, just kind of like looks
Renette's like,
around.
I could have used that.
And then she just like sets it on the table and begins like putting the banquet tables back together and everything.
Oh yeah, she's in a dragon's hoard.
She's in the dragon's hoard and is like a 20th or was a 20th level. She's not
I
there
thought it
anymore,
would be sweet.
It's
Gave
very
me an
sweet.
allowance of
Thank
like
you.
300 gold.
Yeah, it's very sweet. Grant, you do a lot of really sweet things to the people that don't need it.
What counts is he's trying.
That's
You
right.
really
That
were
is
like,
the
we don't
important-
need to worry about the other part of the party.
I think he was
like,
talking about
Matt.
the people that he's supposed to meet up with, not Catherine Malone,
Oh.
right?
I had
no.
just
Is
asked
that what you were
about-
talking about?
No.
Grant? No, I'm trying.
No.
I'm sorry, Grant. I tried to
You're
defend you.
trying
I
to
thought
save
you were
him.
talking about.
You're trying to save him. It's
Okay,
That's
So-
too good.
you guys all sit there. Leshka gestures for you guys to step into the circle before he finishes his last little bit of the rune. And as soon as he does, there's immediate like your stomach dropping sensation, like you're on a roller coaster, and a pop in your ears. And the first thing that you guys feel is a intense heat, this dry heat that overwhelms your sensations. For all of you guys who are wearing multiple layers of clothing, you immediately want to take them off as you go from probably about like a cool 62 degrees inside the keep to like 85 to 90 degrees here in your newfound room. As you open your eyes, you look out and see that you are in this vast, kind of like, I don't know how to describe the shape. It's kind of like, you know how there's like the lids that go over like the flower in Beauty and the Beast, like that kind of like rounded top down cylinder type
It's
shape.
like a tall dome.
Yeah, kind of like a tall dome, except it's the cylindrical, it's a dome on top of cylinder. I don't know how to describe that shape aside from that, but you're in that shape of a room.
Non-Euclidean.
Yeah, non-Euclidean, sure.
It's non-Euclidean.
I don't know.
Thank you, Aaron.
I wish that I was smart, but anyway, you guys find yourself in this room. As you look about, you can see that this room basically stands in and of itself inside a much larger room. You're basically kind of in this glassed in interior that is that cylinder domed shape. Inside it, you can see a circular desk in the center of it that has a few random assortment of people. There's a couple dragonborns. There is a elven looking figure with this dark brown skin and golden line work tattoos going down their arms. And you can see that they have kind of a almost like an auburn hair. You can see a variety of different instruments here in this room. There's massive telescopes and other random arcane things that you have no clue what they do. It looks like there's desks for writing, and there's lots of tables all around, and there's variety of different academic tools and alchemical tools, and just kind of anything that you could need to expand your knowledge on something, or to experiment with something, or write it down, or kind of whatever is here in this room. Leshka, you step out from kind of the circle is kind of in like the back portion, quote unquote, of this circle. Everybody, as you look around, you can see out past the glass of this room, and you can see there are basically 4 hallways, one going down each of the cardinal directions. And between the hallways are just rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of books. As you look down to the very end of each hallway, you can see another one of these cylindrical domed shapes at the end of each of the hallway as well.
Oh, we made it. We're in the library.
Havel grabs onto Edward and goes, "Now, before you get too excited, remember, You were tasked with doing something here, aside from retrieving information. Do not stray too far, and if they kill you, you will be missed.
I'm not going to be killed, Havel. I'll be fine, okay?
If they outsmart you, that's nothing new.
We have Leshka. What could go wrong? And he starts following Leshka.
Let's go. Where are you guiding them?
Okay, I think the first place we want to try.
Do you want to like explain how the library works?
Well,
You don't have to.
at this point, Leshka's probably ranting. Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Drew would not do that for the sake of our humanity.
So Leshka begins to describe how this library is a very, very vast. Basically, it's a tower in the desert. Inside it has several sections to it. So there is the grand hall that you guys are currently standing in that has a lot of the places that you do your studying. It's where you bring the books to kind of read them and stuff like that. The four lobes around you, these rows and rows and rows of books going between the cardinal directioned hallways, is modern history. It's everything going on in the current age, the age of rebirth. As you go down the halls, creating a circle around the modern aged section are individual rooms as well that each have to pertain to a certain subject. He then goes into some of the history of the Scholar's Guide and talks about how this library was created during the Age of Wisdom, and when the Age of Pandemonium began to kind of take place and things started going into chaos, there was like a secret guild that continued this expansion of knowledge, but they began to put guardians around the individual rooms to protect that knowledge from people that would want to misuse it and stuff like that. And to this day, there are still rooms that nobody has gotten into, and nobody knows what's in there because of the guardians. And so he'll go in. I don't know if Drew's going to talk about it, but there are several rooms in here that nobody has access to, and that gaining access to it is very dangerous and deadly.
Yeah. So, a place we could start. If we look at this room over here, so as he's holding up a book, we kind of have like a ledger here that kind of just keep track of everything. Number 19, right over here, is the Fae. And so I figured maybe it's a good place to start. Otherwise, if we want to backtrack a little bit, this whole area that we just entered in has a lot of the more modern stuff going on right now. So if we wanted to also start there, see if there's anything specific on Athala as of the past several months, we can also try that. Otherwise, there are lots of subjects here. I have not studied all of them personally, so I cannot guarantee what can be learned. But if there is a place to learn something, it is here.
Yes, yeah.
Where's Tarak?
I'm here,
Well, in like where we're standing.
like in the back, kind of in a dark corner. I've put my hood up.
Riniya's gonna kind of go back over to where Tarak is. What was it that you were looking for in the library again?
I don't know. He wrote a lot of books, but his name is Ironhilt. His last name is Ironhilt. Orvan Ironhilt is his full name.
Okay. And then I'm gonna head back over, and kind of stay towards the back of the group. Still not as far back as Tarak is, though.
So are you guys all going to the same room together? Are you going to kind of disband and explore different areas? What are you guys doing?
Edward will stick with Leshka.
Riniya is specifically waiting for a moment when Leshka is not away from the group, but a bit separated or not needed right away.
I will ask Leshka.
Leshka, I can't read very well, but do you have like a map room?
Yes. What kind of maps are you looking for?
There's more than one kind of map?
Well, I mean, depending on the subject, yes. We have a room dedicated to the planes, and it has a theoretical way of how the planes arrange in the universe. and we have maps for specific planes, or we have maps of the region or cities.
Why would you have so many maps of Prairie Land?
Because it's useful.
But it's just a bunch of grass with like good soil.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I got distracted there. I just need like a map of like the mountains where Thala is. Those, like a normal map, like a map that you look at and it tells you about a place.
Sure. Here. Everyone, this is the room with the Fae. Feel free to look. There are some people that can help you if you need it. I will just take track back this way real quick.
And Riniya's gonna follow when they go.
Before you leave, can you point me in the direction of the room that would contain books regarding language?
Language. That's here. Let me look at my thing. Well,
You gave me a number and a direction. I feel like I could find it, unless the DM overlooked that.
What do you think, DJ? What would that be categorized under? Trades, under wisdom, the Age of Wisdom.
You would know
Races?
that yes, those would all be places that you could find them. You also know that room number 4 is theorized to be the most adept to languages and the differences between them and the history of it and a lot of like ancient lost languages. But it's one of the rooms that are blocked off.
Is guarded. Yeah.
Why
So-
would it guard language? It's a key. It's a cornerstone of culture.
Maybe that's why they would guard it.
Well, you see, actually, at one point, all of these rooms were guarded. Over time, scholars, powerful ones, and other warriors of the like have defeated some or solved riddles or puzzles or clues to be able to unlock these rooms. But they are any room that is not available currently is very dangerous. So if you would like to study it, maybe that's something the group should decide as a whole to try and best.
And
So-
you like I said, and you know that they're like going over to like the races. It has like the history of the races. Then we'll go through like their specific languages and stuff like that as well. So there are other places. It just depends on like what specifically you're looking for.
Yeah.
So that room isn't the only room that has like information on languages. It's just that one's the one that closely pertains to it.
Yes.
Theoretically.
You're
Yes.
and you're telling me that all I have to do is solve a riddle or like pick a lock or something in order to get into this room, right?
It's a very dangerous riddle, if it is a riddle. And I think only one room that I can think of had a riddle. Most of the time, it's these really big, gigantic things that will crush you very easily.
You know that for number 4 specifically, you have to read a never-ending scroll.
Yes, that I do know that actually. I did, yes.
Yes, it's all right there in the red.
Well, hey, but
This
yes.
sign can't stop me. I can't read.
but well, I guess you could take a shot at it. I suppose some of the smartest people here have not succeeded, but here, let me show you here quick.
Sure.
We'll do that real quick because it shouldn't take too long. Leshka begins. Leshka, which way do you go? Do you go around the outside of the circle, or do you go through the grand hall to get to number 4?
Well, I guess I'll go because it'll be quicker just to go through the grand hall, and then I can drop off Tarak and Riniya if they want to look at some of that stuff, and then I can keep going. And
Yeah.
As Leshka is walking away with Tarak and whatnot, Edward calls out, Leshka,
yes.
there's quite a few things I'd like to do. When you get the chance, when you're done there, I need to talk to you.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I will be back as soon as I can.
Please
Riniya
hurry.
kind of stands in the hallway. She doesn't follow anymore.
Okay.
Lex waits with her there, and
This is important.
So is there anybody staying in
Let's
the
feel
pit?
free to show them whatever they need to know too. You are familiar.
Of course. Are you interested in anything specific?
Say things first. Then I need to look for an author. And then another thing.
All right. What other thing? I'm very familiar with the library. I'm sure I can help you find it.
Demons.
Okay,
We have
sure.
Second.
We got that.
We have
We have that.
Then Blix will take her hand and start leading her towards the demon section, as she knows it.
Wait, I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that. First, Faye. Faye first. That's most important.
All right. Faye first. Faye first. And Cedric, come along. It's just like
Cedric's like messing with like a globe that's in the corner and is just spinning it. Yeah.
need a book.
So you guys will stay there. Leshka, you begin leading them back down the hallway. You guys have proceeded down the westward hallway, down to the west wing, quote unquote.
So yeah, on the way, Drac, this is all of our information on the local area. There are plenty of books and maps, a lot of these scrolls.
He says this as he gestures to like
Everything.
130 rows of like probably like 20-foot tall bookshelves that just wrap around the circle. I'm gonna here, you guys can kind of see it, but this is roughly what the
It's kind of, yeah.
It's roughly what it looks like. You guys proceeded down this hallway, and this circle right here is where the Fae are, and all of this, like these 4 lobes, you could say, are all just little half circles of bookshelves that just span taller and taller and taller.
Yeah.
And the 4 lobes all have to do with the current age. And they're broken down and diversified, and they're organized so they're about different regions and different historical events and stuff like that. So you can get more specific. It's just that the way that Leshka is kind of gesturing right now, it could be very overwhelming at the moment.
Okay. How do you find literally anything?
Well, usually with a guide. Is there who else is around from
there's lots of people. There's several. There's probably about throughout the entire library. There's probably about 50 or so people. About 30 or so of them are actually there to like look for things, or they're actual members of the Scholars Guide, or not members, but they're actually there to help out. The other 20 or so mostly have devoted their lives to trying to get into these new rooms. There's like, you're about to show Havel the scroll sages, who have like devoted their lives to reading this never-ending scroll, hoping that they get to the end of it.
Yep. So I will gesture to one of them to come over. Mm-hmm. Yes, this is my dear friend here. He is trying to find some information about the local region, specifically on maps. If you could help him, that would be great. Thank you so much.
You pull aside this little gnomish man who kind of looks up to you. Leshka, yes. Who is needing areas of maps, and which area specifically?
This gentleman here, Track.
Hello, Track. Oh. He takes a step back. Hi. You're not going to eat me, are you?
What?
Okay. I'm going to take that as a no. Leshka, is he good?
It's all right, yes. He has helped both myself and Blix multiple times now.
Okay. All right. What are you looking for?
I need maps of the mountains where Thala is. I need maps of Athala. I don't suppose that you would have like maps of the sewage system of Athala.
We may. We'll start in Akhlaran and then go from there. All right, follow me. And he begins leading you through a very quickly disoriented maze of bookshelves and little hallways and stuff like this before you eventually get to a section on Akhlaran, at which point you can see that the bottom of these shelves, probably the bottom 2 shelves, are devoted to like scrolls. And so most of that's all scroll work and stuff like that. And then the other 20 feet is devoted to books. Each like section of shelving that kind of curls around is about 20 feet long. And like I said, about 20 feet tall. They're kind of little boxes. And they each have 2 ladders that go up to the top. and can hang down one of the rolling ladders, and so there's just constant ladders all around. As you're going through, you can see that there are a number of other people throughout this bookshelf, not the bookshelf, but the library, kind of searching through things, whether they're members of the Scholar's Guide who are returning books or checking out books, or they're people who have managed to find the Scholar's Guide and are looking through. It's difficult to get to, but it's not impossible, and it's kind of somewhat successful on a regular basis. So yeah, it's not overly difficult. But he begins and just starts pulling out several different scrolls, and then eventually you end up having about 4 or 5 scrolls stacked into your arms. This is a map of the mountains surrounding Athara. This is a map of the top-down view of Athara. This map is somewhat dated. I think it's about 20 years old, so I'm not 100% sure what is accurate about that, but it's there. This map right here, I think, has some of the surrounding farmland. And then we couldn't find a map of any of the sewage systems or anything like that, unfortunately. But yeah, here are some of the things and the keys that go with them.
Thank you. Do you have a table?
Yes, that would be in the grand hall. Here, come this way. And it begins guiding you back through the maze of books, back to the grand hall. Leshka, as you guide Edward and Havel, you lead them back down and through the grand hall.
Edward's actually going to stay in the Fey area.
Oh, okay, perfect. Mm-hmm. So it's just Havel that you're leading
Havel right now.
Okay, perfect. You go through the grand hall and then just continue straight. Yeah, if you continue straight, it'd probably be just about as fast as anything else. It's kind of right in the middle of that lobe. You guys, continue straight, coming upon number 7. Havel, as you kind of walk down this hall, you begin to approach this large, another, again, slightly smaller than the grand hall, but that same shape of building. And inside of it, you can see what looks like massive discs floating through the air as they go up and around, with several bookshelves that just kind of float around this space. As you proceed forward, you can see that there are a number of interesting characters. A lot of them, the ones that work here for the library, you're beginning to recognize the blue and silver robes that they wear with tan underlines. But a lot of them are Gith, coming in and out of this particular room, which would be number 7 for you, Drew.
What's going on here?
No. Well, this is the room studying the planes, actually. The Gith workers here, I don't know how much you know about Gith, but they tend to be pretty heavy in plane jumping.
DM.
Yes.
Have we used the astral as a way of smuggling?
Have I charted? No, that's too much. Okay. No. Okay. No, unfortunately, no.
Okay.
But anything and everything you need to know about the planes, this is the room and the people. They are, well, they take things very seriously, so don't try to be coy with them. Otherwise, they will kill you.
Most of the people that I used to work with were like that.
You guys begin continuing this way towards
This way towards.
I'm getting much of these cards.
Die.
Oh gosh. You guys begin heading north. The next massive cylindrical room that you begin to look through. These rooms all basically have pillars that kind of arch up towards the top with glass panes that fill in the gaps. This one, it's all completely surrounded in rock, and circling the whole entire cylinder, I'll start describing it as, is this massive ancient prismic dragon. This being one of the locked off rooms, currently just sleeping.
Yes.
As-
So, like I described before, not all of them are puzzles. Sometimes it's ancient dragons that you have to best in order to gain access. So very dangerous,
Nice.
very difficult sometimes. Well, always dangerous and difficult, I should
can
say.
I can see that. Yes. There was a scroll. You said.
Yes. As we continue down here.
You continue down to what would be number 5, which is another cylinder. This one with like a purplish stained glass that has arcane runes etched in every single pane. And you can almost, as you look through it, you can almost see this this tapestry, this weaving together of energies as you come upon it, and it's very easy to recognize that this would be the area studying magic and the history of magic and how it works and stuff like that. As you look into it, you can see that this building is crammed full of as many books as possible. And just looking through the glass into the entrance, like I said, you can almost see the weave in this building.
Yes, this is one of my favorite rooms. It's lots of arcane users here, constantly adding, studying, experimenting. It's full of brilliant minds. And here we are. I will gesturing towards the next room.
You just towards the next room. Same thing as with the dragon, where it's the cylinder, but this one is all completely covered in stone. Instead of there being any guardian or anything like that, you can just see that there is one pedestal in front of the building that has a scroll, probably about 2 feet wide, and it just has this constant feed. As you look around, you can see that there is miles of paper that has been just kind of trampled around, and people like now walk over and stuff like this as the scroll just never stops unraveling itself. You can see about 4 or 5 people all dressed in completely tan robes with little symbols all over it, those that you recognize as the scroll sages, who stand in front of this and never say anything, never talk, but just read and read and read.
So these individuals here have been trying to gain access to the room for years. It's the scroll itself is magically enchanted to never end, except in order to gain access to the room, you need to finish it.
So okay, Lechka, this is a very important question because it just dawned on me. It just dawned. You're a member of this organization, no?
Yes, I am one of the journeymen who actually go out and travel to locations to try and find ancient artifacts, ancient knowledge to then bring back and study
Wonderful.
here and then add to our library.
Great. Thank you for your service. What? I guess the better question is, so does no one has access to any of these rooms?
No.
No one. Who set the traps?
So, a very, very long time ago, back in the Age of Wisdom, this was an amazing monument of knowledge. But with the following of the Age of Pandemonium, those who wanted to keep this knowledge safe created these locks. And being very powerful mages and keepers of knowledge, they are very dangerous and very hard to crack.
Never to be updated, never to be kept. They're just
Well,
locked away forever.
I guess
the pages to rot.
Do I know exactly what happened? I mean, I imagine I don't. To the actual original creators of the rooms and stuff.
That knowledge, you're not sure kind of what happened. The Age of Wisdom's like section in and of itself, the history of the Age of Wisdom is open and available, but the Age of Pandemonium and the Trial have all been blocked off and locked off. You do know that throughout the history, all these rooms were locked at one point, and they have slowly been unlocked.
Right.
It's basically at this point where only the extremely difficult or impossible or seemingly impossible ones have been left.
Right.
But yeah, you're not exactly sure what happened to like the founders of the library or any of the original people.
Yeah. It's unfortunately unknown. It is odd, but unfortunately there is no recorded or known history, at least anyone here, of what happened to the owners, as it were, the original founders. Likely due to the fact the unfortunate cycle of arcane users. It's more likely than not they all are dead.
Yeah, and you do know that this library is about 10,000 years old.
Yeah,
so
it's real old. It's real old.
Nice. I approach the scroll.
Okay. As you approach, you begin just stepping over, and it's what everybody has done. But you just step over miles of scroll.
I just like glance at it.
Okay. As you glance at it, this scroll is filling out immensely quickly. You look at the scroll, and you have to like intently focus to actually be able to read and keep up with everything. And as you like look at these scroll sages, as Leshka described to you, you see that they never blink, and they can never talk or do anything. They can only focus on this scroll and reading what comes out. And they just sit there and read and read and read. As you look at it, you're able to catch glimpses of what it's talking about, and it's in a language that you can't read.
Leshka, do you know what language this is?
Do I?
You know that this is in one of the oldest languages.
I probably can't read it, but
You can read like very like short sentences of it. You're like, it's like my ability to speak Spanish. I know that biblioteca means library, and that's about it. You know, that type of thing. So you can't really read it. I'm trying to remember what the name of the language is called. It's not the one that you're thinking of, Ryan, but it's close to that.
Okay.
So cryptic.
it's a very
the most
old
painful thing about being the co-creator of this world.
but it is a very old arcane language. Also, there are
Right,
obviously a few here that can read it, but it is very, very intense study.
I love archaic things. I honestly was trying to do something nice, but then you piqued my curiosity, and now I just feel like I've been taking up a lot of our time. So let's just go back to the Fae.
All right, that's fine.
Thank you, Leshka. I appreciate you.
Keep up the good work, boys. I say as we start to walk away.
One of them kind of like, as he continues to read. You guys begin heading back. You go through the Grand Hall and see Tarak poring over these maps.
Is ruining the maps like that?
Has he gone to feral Tarak mode yet?
No. It's planning Tarak mode.
Okay.
Planning. Tarak is going to attempt to memorize
Feral
these
adjacent.
maps as best as
Feral adjacent.
Yes.
Just over the maps, like.
Yeah, Aaron, you're managing to commit a lot of it to memory. You're also kind of like roughly sketching it out on paper that was provided to you, whole 9 yards. Do you go?
I will.
Back?
If they hand me paper, I will. Is this free?
Yes.
Like, I can just like have this.
You may just have this. Yes.
This is pretty cool.
Let's go and Havel. You guys head back to meet up with Riniya and Blix and Cedric and Edward, and we're gonna take a quick break now. And then when we come back, we'll jump right into all the Fae knowledge and all that good stuff.
Yay!
But yeah,
Thank you to our sponsor, Be Never Ending. Big
Never ending. Their
It's never
website's
ending.
Be
Be never ending is this
Yeah.
website.
Yeah. It's
Woo!
Thanks,
Okay,
Liz,
go-
for no
go
so
pee-pee,
we'll
dun,
be
dun,
back
ding, ding.
in just a few minutes. Give us 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll be back in just a little bit. All right, see
Go
you guys.
go to the bathroom.
Adios.
All right, and we are back. So, where we left off, Leshka and Havel were making their way towards the area that had pertained to the Fae. While they have been gone, Riniya, Blix, Cedric, and Edward, have you guys been exploring? What have you guys been doing here in this particular dome? As you guys look inside of it, you can see that it is full of lush plants, mostly random, really oddly colored and confusing things that don't make sense type of flora. A lot of like palm trees that have watermelons hanging from them, and bright yellow flowers with blue streaks through them and polka dots and stuff like that. Stuff that you guys have seen in the Feywild, being familiar with it. Are you guys going to look around? Are you exploring? What are you guys looking for?
So, what exactly are you looking for?
Maybe a good thing to look for is the masks.
Are you guys speaking in earshot of Edward?
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to
we're not
hide
like
this from
cool.
Edward.
I didn't want to be like, hey, Edward's in this, So well,
Masks.
Edward says, yes, I would like to see if there's anything that the Fae cares about in Athala particularly, or the political situation with the other nations, if the Fae was involved, whatever it might be, political grudges, the type.
Interesting. I feel like that might be more like particular Fae. Not sure if the Fae as a whole have a united belief politically, but individual Fae do have their own opinions, of course. But I'll see what I can do.
Also, yes, the Prosius man, the masked figure. I mean,
Yes,
I don't
of
know what he
course.
is, but apparently there's Fae involved, according to Riniya.
Anything else?
Also,
Like,
maybe if we can find anything on like deals with the Fae,
Yes.
maybe.
for your sake, I won't ask. But will you tell me
No,
later?
no,
It's a
really,
Havel thing.
no, that's not. We'll talk about it later.
We'll talk later. All right. Okay, you come, and I'll I will make an investigation check to try to look around, and everything even remotely relevant, I just give to Cedric to have him carry for me.
Okay. Remotely relevant to what specifically?
First to masks, then to politics, if there's anything like that, and then deals.
Okay. Okay, roll an investigation check for masks.
Can I help?
Yeah,
Yes,
sure.
Ryan?
Go for it. You guys are welcome to help.
No, this is Grant.
Helping?
You literally said that right as I was taking a drink, and I almost spat all over my setup.
It's a Havel thing.
21. Wait, with help? No help?
With help. With help.
With help.
Yeah, you got Cedric there. He can read.
I the same. 21.
You guys start going through and trying to find anything that has to do with masks in the Fae. There is one book that you find on it's titled A Masked Moth.
Oh.
As you flip through it, there is basically it describes this one Fae who is this immensely savage creature that looks very innocent, that took pleasure in kind of doing whatever they wanted to whoever they wanted. And then the book kind of going towards the end of the book, it talks about how that Fae has just kind of disappeared from history. Like nobody really knows what happened to it.
Any description of the mask itself?
It was this basically this moth-like mask that she would go over her face, kind of this hood thing that would go over her face with no description of her face or what she looked like or anything like that. It does say that it is a she, but she would wear this hood basically that would mask her face and bring on this appearance of a moth-like face.
Okay, interesting.
Is this shared with the group?
Well, yeah, I'm just gathering books right now. And then I'll look for what I'll look for is politics, or if there is information on, I don't know if alignment is the right idea. Personal, if there's any sort of information on particular Fae and their interests. If you were to search deities in D&D and it says loss, misery, or the sea. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, Lydia.
So as we're looking,
we lost Aaron.
Oh, Aaron.
Are there am I able to read any of these titles? Okay.
Yeah, some of them you can't. What languages do you read?
Abyssal, Common, Elvish, and
Fable was there.
Oh, good question. Also, I will also cast Comprehend Languages as a ritual, just in case there's anything that I wouldn't be able to read normally.
Okay.
So as I'm looking, if it's a language I don't read naturally, which if it's anything other than common, elvish, and undercommon, then I have to. I'll just be touching the book to read the title.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. A lot of them are in Sylvan,
Okay.
but there are also a lot of them that are in Elvish and in Common.
Okay, I'm looking. Okay, so are there books? So there was obviously like Mass Moth had like a specific book. So are there like several books that are just about a specific fae?
Yeah, some of them. It kind of depends. It's hard. It's not overly organized. Well, it is organized, but it's organized from like author, not subject, basically. Like you're in the Fae subject, and it's just kind of organized from author through there. So it's kind of this really random assortment at first. But you begin to start picking it up, and you can see that there are like some books over like some like historically important Fae.
I I think you know who I'm looking for. I'm looking for a good old Qatar.
Roll a investigation check.
Okay.
Could I search for anything mentioning Amos or Telekalathamos? Is that it?
Terracolumos.
Oh, so
Yeah.
close. I would like
Um,
to, if that's ever there.
Okay, yeah. Roll an investigation check.
Okay, cool.
17.
You start looking through and spend a good chunk of time looking for anything on Qatar or anything like that, and you do not find anything.
Rip.
Okay. Blix,
Yes, dear.
if you happen to stumble upon like the word Qatar, like a name, grab that too.
Does this have anything to do with your interest in books on deals? I forgot to answer that.
We'll
Your
talk
face
about it
told
later.
me everything you need to know. Yes, dear. I'll look.
Grant, you start looking through. What did you get?
I got a 12.
Yeah, you start looking, and there's nothing about a dragon in the face section.
Bummer. It was worth a try.
24.
For which section specifically?
For what I had the like information on individual fae, and if while looking for that I found Qatar specifically.
Like the alignments and stuff like that?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of books on like particular fae. It's not like there's like biographies about these fae usually.
Yeah. There's not like a bestiary, so to speak, of like,
yeah.
oh, and this fae.
You guys do find a book on the history of the courts and kind of some of their involvement throughout the ages.
Lore?
A little bit of lore.
Oh, yeah. Can we keep these?
Nice.
No.
Well, me and read them while we're
No,
here.
Leshko will tell you. The information in the library stays in the library.
He would slap your hand with a little ruler. Like, no.
Ooh, it looks like we have Aaron back, so I can switch back again.
I take it I didn't find anything on Qatar either.
No.
Okay.
Now, could we also search for an emphasis on the formation of the blind nation / Athal and see if the Fae had any involvement? This is a little bit of a stretch, but
you could look in like the modern history section.
Yeah.
But we're getting the Fae out of the
And
way, you know.
now
Okay,
I will
alright.
look for
Roll-
any information on deals with
Roll
fae.
your check.
3 on die, probably not.
22.
Good.
Okay. Grant, you don't find anything.
Nice.
Hannah, you find a couple different books.
Okay.
Basically, it's not even books. It's more like you found books that have to deal with like other subjects, and in them, they just basically all say, "Don't make deals with the Fae." One of them is a little bit more elaborate. It goes into the fact that like Fae will usually mark you in some way. You have to, you can try to renegotiate the deal, but there's no promises or anything like that. The punishment for most of this is death if you don't comply to the deal that you make on either side. Like the Fae has to keep their word. But you also have to keep your word. Like, you're just stuck with it. The only person that can kind of release you from this deal is the Fae that you made a deal with, unless it's like the Fae has to do something for you and then you give them something. Like, kind of depending. Whoever really holds the leverage over the deal is the one who can dismiss it. And then the courts do a lot of like managing the deals, because usually Fae all work for another Fae, aside from members of the courts. And so, wow, Aaron's really not having a good time. And so, like, one of the things that can get kind of tricky and hairy is the fact that, like, if a lesser Fae makes a deal that they then can't make good on their end, then technically their master could then be considered responsible for it. So stuff like that.
I will relay that information and sort of say, so, the guitar fellow, is he Major Fae, Minor? I don't know too much about them. I've never heard that name, but...
I couldn't really tell you.
Well, he kept going on about wanting to get on the courts, so I'm assuming he's
so
not.
So he's not on them?
No, I don't think so.
Makes me sort of fearful that there is a master we don't know about.
Maybe. Listen, this to me is all good, but I think I'm going to go look in the thoughtless section or whatever they have
knock yourself out, Edward.
Edward walks away. You guys can keep talking.
Yeah, but I'm worried. What they said about deals is not very good. I know you said we could talk about it later, but we're alone now. What sort of deal have you made that you're...
Cedric kind of pops his head in. Alone.
Never alone.
Do you think you could put those books back that we've already read? Thank you. What is the nature of the deal you've made?
Right. So, Havel's kind of already made some kind of deal with him.
Oh.
And then Havel died. And then we called him back, and I Tarak's in it too. He owes him a favor. He gets my soul when I die. There's crystals in our arms.
So wait, it's about when you're already dead?
Yeah.
Oh, well then, the punishment for getting out of deals is death. So if you're already going to be dead, I mean, isn't that some sort of relief? Have I missed something?
Havel's not out of his deals either.
Oh, you're looking for him too. Oh, different story. Alright, well, only the Fae, since the Fae have initiated has the power, can release the deal. Usually death, if you don't comply. I am unsure what would compel your Fae friend to release the deal. I wonder... If he isn't on the court and he wants to be, I wonder if there is a higher master that if something were to happen to him, it would...
I don't really know if Qatar is somebody we want in a higher position of power.
Right. So the deal, he wants to be on the court, but we don't necessarily want that to happen. I just wonder who he plans on replacing. All very interesting politics, you know.
Havel would know more. He might be able to find something else.
It would probably be about this point when Leshka and Havel are returning to you guys.
Do I run into them, or
yes.
Okay, cool. Oh, Leshka, perfect. I think we ought to look at the recent history, Athala, the Blind Nation, see if there's anything, any reason that there might be some political interest by this Prosius guy. Huh? What do you say?
Yes, that is, fine with me. Is there anything else you need from me right now?
No, not currently. While you're in the modern history section, can you please find me a book on Common to Orcish? Thank you.
Oh, yes, that's a good idea. Sure. Well, off we go. And Edward pats Lushka on the bum. I'm just kidding. they
Everyone's
go
trying
off
to
to
get real
find
broy with everybody.
Yeah, I know. They go off to
I
find the
I go into the Fey room.
Okay, yeah, you go into the Fey
Yeah,
room.
you go into the Fey, you go to
see
mine.
the familiar flora that is kind of encompassing this room. And I quickly can find Cedric as he's just putting books back randomly. You find Cedric, and then not far away you can see Blix and Riniya talking about different things.
Yes.
Well, anything you're particularly interested in, because we've already looked at a few books, so I could save you the trouble of searching.
It's freaking out on my end. I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. It's freaking out on my end. Okay, now you can start talking.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
We've already searched for a couple of books, so I could save you the trouble of searching for them if you tell me what you're looking for here.
Sure. I mean, what have you researched so far?
Well, we've looked for anything about masks, what that can tell us. We found a story about a particular fae, history on the court, how they were made, deals with the fae and how to possibly get out of them or not. And also, we searched for a fellow, Qatar. I won't cry about it, but unfortunately, I can't find any information on him.
What fate did you find?
Well, we found information on a masked moth. It was supposed to be a savage creature that would appear innocent. It had a moth-like mask, and it has disappeared, seemingly, from any other accounts for it. The only thing, really, that we found was masked.
Interesting. And did you search thoroughly when looking for Qatar? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was no information about him, but...
I mean, you can feel free to check again, but I do find myself to be quite thorough when I'm looking for something, and I also have the ability to read any written language as long as I can touch it, and I have not found anything thus far.
Okay. Well, I'll take your word for it.
However, I did want to ask you, if you know anything, do you know if this guitar fellow would be considered a lesser fae?
I know he wouldn't be considered an Archfey.
I just worry...
He's most definitely... I don't believe he'd be considered an Archfey. He's not of the court.
Right, there's just information here in this book about deals, where if a lesser fae makes a deal and is unable to follow through with it, it's technically their master's job to finish, and so I just wonder if Qatar has a master he has to answer to, and perhaps he's looking to get out of that, to get on the court, to become his own master, and the master of other lessers.
And are you suggesting that we kill an Archfey?
No, I'm just suggesting that it could be some sort of leverage.
I don't mean to be rude. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying this whole new thing of being kind.
I appreciate that.
It's a strange thing.
You can be blunt if you have to.
I don't think that's a smart idea, and I don't think it'll work. If anything, I think it's a waste of time.
Not rude at all. I don't know anything about the nature of your deal, nor do I know the nature of this fellow. I'm only trying to be helpful with the information I've gathered.
No, and I greatly appreciate that, but if I'm going to be honest, all that tells me is that if he manages to not kill us, we might get out of this deal.
Right.
Well, so yeah.
Can I help you find anything else specific on the fae you're looking for?
Not terribly. It seems like you've all covered your bases pretty well. I'm gonna look for anything pertaining a crown.
Okay.
Summer
Go
Fae
ahead,
with
roll.
a crown.
Yeah, roll an investigation check.
Do you want help?
Oh, sure. I missed my box.
Is there like a table or a chair somewhere in this room or no?
Yeah.
Rena's gonna go sit.
Renee, as you're sitting down, just kind of looking around and stuff like this, on the armchair, this little like gray stub goes over the edge of it, and then another one, and then another one, and it just kind of keeps going. And this little, about 2 inches tall, this little mushroom man crawls up onto the arm of the chair, and just kind of like stands up and then shakes some water off of his little like red cap head. Looks up at you, and you can see that he has like a little, like almost like Lorax style, like big burly like mustache, quote unquote.
Hi.
It reaches over to you. Do you stick out your hand?
Of course.
You stick out its hand, and it sticks out its hand, and then on like just the tip of your finger, it leaves this little like black dot. And then the black dot has like almost like prongs that like shoot out from it as the seed basically embeds itself in you.
Does it hurt?
Yeah. I need to roll a d4.
Ow!
No.
This is why we don't trust the Fae.
It's a little mushroom. I love it.
I don't blame
Don't
her.
trust
I would've-
cute little
I would have
mushrooms in the
fallen
Fae.
for it
So
too.
You take 1 point of piercing damage as the seed embeds itself into your index finger.
Freaking red cap. Flick it.
And then it looks up at you and it just kind of like,
Flick it.
and then it just hops off the chair and disappears into the
Hunt the baby.
bushes.
Ew.
Don't
So
kick the
What?
baby.
Hunt the baby.
It's so cute.
Kick the baby.
Guys.
Riniya, did you go around touching things again?
It touched me too.
What?
It was a mutual touching.
Well, that's just.
Oh no. Oh no.
There was consent.
Oh no.
In fact, Havel says that, DJ. At least it was consensual.
What
What happened? What happened?
It was a little mushroom. And we
Does it literally look like there's a plant growing?
Yeah, you guys look, and there's literally a little black seed. Probably it's like the probably like the size of like a sunflower seed.
Oh God!
Like it is now like
Very
kind
large.
of buried its way beneath the
Ow.
skin
Okay.
of her finger.
Do you think
Prep,
I could? Okay.
prep a healing spell.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'll take my dagger out and I'll be like, "Do forgive me for this, darling.
no.
Well, we don't want to keep this inside you. We don't know what it's going to do.
I hold Riniya's other hand and I just go, it's gonna be alright.
It'll be alright. It'll be over quickly. I promise.
Wait,
I'm very
wait.
precise.
What if it's a nice thing?
It's not.
I don't. Did it hurt you?
Well, yeah, but what?
I don't
I-
think it's very.
Do I
nice,
recognize
dear.
what she described at all?
No,
Do I
we
do I
don't
see him
know-
I
anywhere?
look around for the baby.
you guys look around,
The
and
baby.
every once in a while you can see just this little like mushroom person just running around through like the bushes in this little thing.
I hunt the baby.
Oh yeah,
Now,
Oh my
God.
we
Roll
don't
a,
know what it is.
roll a survival check.
We don't know the nature of it, and since we don't know, and we're in a room about Fae, with Fae, I don't really want to stick around to find out. I've come to care for you, you know, so if you just sit still, I can be very precise if I have to. Give it here.
I don't start hunting the baby. I'm gonna pull Riniya's hand.
Okay.
That mushroom wasn't
what
a
kind
very
of
fun
check?
guy.
Do I have to make to get the seed out of her finger?
Roll
I
a
hunt-
medicine
I
check.
hunt Edward.
This is to see how stable you are with your knife scalpel.
Can I help her?
how are you gonna help her?
I'm just gonna like
Hold her down.
just be like, hey, I'm gonna try to keep Riniya steady.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You know, I am bear hugging the elf.
18.
Okay, yeah. You manage to be fairly precise as you basically cut open the first pad of her finger and spread it out. You then have to like kind of dig the seed out because you guys don't have like tweezers or anything like this. And you manage to like pry it back to the surface and then pull, and there's like a little string. The seed has already like cracked open and begun like embedding itself in your finger.
Ow!
There's like this little string that you have to like snap this like root that you have to pull out before whoever prepped their healing spell heals your finger really quick. Yeah, before you heal your finger really quick, closing the wound. And then the seed like almost very quickly dies. Like within a minute, it just kind of withers away and dies.
It wasn't so bad, was it?
I feel kind of bad.
You look down your foot, and the mushroom man is like looking up to you with his hand on your like not touching your skin. While touching your like your
Chill,
clothes. Do you actually kick it?
I kick.
No, don't
I kick the baby.
Roll to hit.
No, can I try to block this?
I'm kicking the baby.
No.
He's just like looking up at you.
It shows violence.
You can
so
see
do
like, the
I.
most like hurt expression in his face.
Oh, we can do it again. I go to
No, I kick it.
No,
I kick.
Okay, you get to hit.
I'm going down.
Don't kick it.
I kick it.
Did you get
I'm going to touch it. I'm going to touch it.
Can I use Dex?
I'm touching it.
The 19. I kick the baby.
Okay.
No.
Kick the baby.
I'm down there. I am touching it.
You're going to go grab it, and Havel just like kicks it.
As am I with my foot.
Don't kick the baby.
I punt the child.
You were trying
You're
this
like,
new of being nice. This does not seem to be
I
working.
look down and I see it, and you see Havel audibly go, ah!
Havel!
God.
I'm running over to it.
Does it like fall apart?
Wait,
like
why
mushrooms do?
What? Isn't this the thing that literally embedded a seed into your hand? Are you daft? Are you actually stupid?
Maybe you
Help
proven
it with
multiple
what?
times.
Overtaking your body?
Okay, so what?
No!
I'm already doomed.
I take out my rapier.
I don't care.
There's this
I think we all need to calm down.
I throw a dagger at it.
At the base of this little bookshelf, this little mushroom is just sitting there. It has like a little tear in its like mushroom cap. It's like its mustache is like quivering.
I'm going over to it.
How do you actually throw a dagger?
I throw a dagger at it.
I'm in the way. I'm going over to it.
I'm
putting out of its misery.
I will let you guys do contesting. Riniya,
hit me, Havel.
Contesting athletics checks to see who is better.
She's good at these. She has gauntlets, DJ.
Really?
That's cocked. Yeah.
You actually just kicked
Dang
the
it.
baby.
14.
30-20.
Ooh, nice.
And I'll do it again.
How you throw a dagger at it, and Riniya, you just manage with your new gauntlets, like knock it out of the way. Stepping in front
I'll
of this,
freaking do it again, dude.
I would like to cast message to Leshka.
Okay.
And be like, hey,
Thank
Leshka,
you.
We're in the Fae section. I have a little bit of a situation. Can you assist me, please?
Riniya, it is a Fae. It is not to be trusted.
I hurt its feelings. I need to fix this.
All right, now hold on. Both of you.
You hurt its feelings, and it hurt you.
Yeah, well, you've done the same, and I'm gonna go.
Good. You're lucky that I didn't kill it first try. Give me a second go.
Try your best.
I imagine I hear all of this.
At this point, there are several people from the Scholar's Guide that are heading this way.
Yeah, okay.
I'd like to stand in the step in front of the mushroom man and be like, how about neither of you touch it? You are so desperate to the mushroom man.
I step on the mushroom.
No! You can't do that. Both Blix and I are guarding it. You have to get through us.
Try me.
All right,
Let's go.
okay.
Crashing over a 2-inch mushroom man. I'm really Havel. Are you alright?
So 19. Try me.
Oh dear. gonna get kicked out of the library.
You're going.
Yeah,
So,
no.
Howard,
I'm
you-
definitely rushing back at this point.
Yeah, you're going to go step. Let's see. Let me look at what its AC is now that there's people in the way.
Why mushed you kick the baby?
Oof.
Let's see, it has.
Ooh.
Never mind.
Because-
Kick him. End his life.
It's a Fae. I don't trust the Fae. I barely trust you guys.
Okay, since he does have total cover, you can't attack him.
What do you mean he has total cover?
He's a 2-inch mushroom boy being protected by 2 full-sized humanoids.
Good point.
Oh, I will start sneak attacking people left and right. I swear to God.
You
Come
would.
at
Play
me.
that game, Howard.
At
You
this
can play
point,
that game.
the first thing that happens
What's that?
is the elf that you guys saw when you first arrived, the tanned sun elf, arrives and just starts chewing you guys to shreds for yelling and throwing knives and going into the history of this
I know
library
him?
and why it's
Do I know
not
him?
okay. Go ahead and roll a history check.
Havel's still like trying to like square up with the mushroom. Like,
Guarding it.
13.
13. Yeah, you know them. You don't know them very well. This is Chakar, one of the head librarians.
Chakar, I am so sorry. We've had a little bit of an incident. A little mushroom man has put a seed in my friend's finger. I have removed it since then, but we have a little bit of a discourse on how to handle it. I'm trying my best to keep calm, but I do apologize for the yelling. You know.
Well,
it is chosen
handle it.
death.
You be quiet. You handle it before I kick them out. All right?
Yes, of course. Do you have any information on this creature? Should my friend be concerned about it?
It's I'm not 100% sure what it is, but I can't imagine it's too terrible. Hopefully
Right.
not.
All right. We'll be done momentarily. I do apologize for the yelling.
Some
My
scholars.
friends here will behave themselves a little better. Thank you very much, sir. I glare at Havel. And I'm like,
Chakar
They're
turns.
infestation.
Touch it.
I
Chakar
don't
glares at
think
you,
about
Leshka, as you come
As
rushing.
as
to
I
them.
come, rushing, yeah.
I
It's just.
don't think anyone
Uh,
should touch it. Riniya,
But it was
don't-
really sad when
I understand you I understand this. Don't touch it, because last time you did, you had a seed in your finger and it hurt you. We don't know what it does. Havel, don't touch it, because this creature, whether or not we know what it is protected inside the library, and any sort of damage...
They didn't even know it existed.
Havel, pull yourself together.
I
Raid. Oh,
assume I'm there by now.
man. I mean, really.
I assume.
Yeah, Leshka, you arrive.
As Leshka's going, Edward's like
I should have
pulling
kicked
on his
Harvey.
arm, trying to get him to not get distracted, but
Harder.
Edward
Well,
can't.
yeah. Hold on, Edward. What is happening over here?
This little mushroom man gave me a seed and they removed it and it hurt his feelings and I'm trying to get it back.
All right. Basically, a tiny mushroom fey man painfully inserted a seed into Riniya's finger. I removed it, and people had some rage and aggression apparently.
And why are you for the
I
creature
I pushed-
that
I-
embedded a seed?
I push past them and I kneel down in front of the small mushroom man. Do I recognize the creature?
Oh,
You actually do.
It's
You've
a
seen
small
these a
mushroom
couple
man.
times. You know this is a species of myconoid. You know that basically he tried to produce an offspring with Riniya, basically.
nice. You were a
I'll
worthy
kill it.
suitor.
Just walked up to him and was like, "Here's my seed. Bye."
Have my baby.
Yeah, basically.
Baby, you're pretty. This'll do.
She will have my
Do
baby.
do I
It's
know
just like-
would there be any harmful effects? Would there have been any harmful effects to Riniya in the end?
Well, you know, mushrooms feast on decay and rot.
Yeah.
This species specifically. The finger that he had placed it in, along with potentially part of the hand, probably would have rotted away, eventually falling off
Oh.
before this
Yeah.
seed grew and
We've
sucked
been
out most
there.
of the nutrients.
Yeah.
Like it's not like it's
Flashback.
malicious. It's
I-
not a
I-
malicious thing, but it's not a good thing.
It's just
Can I-
you know
okay,
how
okay.
it be.
Yeah.
Can
Full
I
stop.
touch it?
Full
Can
stop.
I touch
No.
it?
Full stop.
No.
Full stop. Can I say? Can Ryan say something? This isn't even Havel. This is Ryan.
Yes, right.
Do you know how disappointed I am in this group? How actually, genuinely upsetty spaghetti I am.
You want
You know how many? No,
tiny
no.
Ryan.
You know how
Okay,
many?
hold on. Wait,
you
no,
know
I need to
how
address
many
this.
sessions?
No, I need to address
How many
this.
sessions?
I need to
would
address
touch-
this because I saw
touch some
somebody in the
gold
chat say it.
or some coin.
No. Listen.
Melora is
Everybody
Melora.
is
Witch, not
saying
Melora.
yes. That's the thing. Melora was the one who got on your case about it.
It was
Riniya would advise you
you
to
think-
be
you think-
careful, but she
Blitz
would not
and
tell you
Melora
to
are
not
two
touch
very
things.
different people. It was one of the things
Are-
about
My
Melora.
friend
Are
Riniya.
you being careful?
Okay.
Are
moving
you
on.
messing with the
Moving
mushroom?
on.
A
Why
cute
are you?
little mushroom approaches you, you don't
I'm-
go out and be like, yeah, I'll hold your hand.
I'm
Okay.
gonna freaking punt the thing.
Hey, all right, come on. Back into
That's
character.
great.
So, Leshka, you arrive. Riniya just asked if she could touch it again.
I would not advise that, my friend here, and I will cast Mage Hand and gently pick him up.
He's like broken and tattered.
And
I'm gonna
have
do
it.
healing word.
Okay. The little piece of like his mushroom cap, he like kind of holding on to it. And he
It's
just
a
like
dagger.
kind of like looks down and then like reattaches it to his head.
and I will usher him on towards the other end of the room
Okay.
where some other like little like mushrooms are
Yeah.
growing. And
Yeah, there's like a little colony.
yeah, I'll gently set him down.
Oh, I'll burn
You
it.
set him down on the log and he like reaches out towards Riniya
Nope.
and
Yeah.
then just like looks down disappointed and walks over.
Yeah.
And you see him like put a seed on like a leaf or something, like on a spike, just like
So
It's probably a 30-something-year-old mushroom that's just like.
Yes.
to clarify, that particular myconid, they are very peaceful creatures and do not mean you any harm. It is a good thing that that seed was taken out because otherwise your hand would have fallen off eventually.
So, now that that's established, neither of you will touch the mushroom man.
I'm over it. I leave.
So all of that hullabaloo was because of a little mushroom.
Edward,
Do you really think you're one to judge for overreacting? I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I see where
Sorry,
this is going.
sorry, trying to
We
be nice.
need
Wow.
work to do.
This,
We have
this
work to do.
session took a turn. Oh my god.
Also, I love the fact I have to say that like Hannah and Lydia are like yelling at Ryan's picture on screen. And the picture is yelling back. It's so
Havel is. You know what? I'm gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave. Whatever.
Edward
I'm gonna go
pulls
wander
Leshka
around.
with him as well.
I don't
All
know.
this over a small
Anyway.
mushroom man.
Okay, can you just take me to the fun demon time now?
Yes, of course.
Oof.
You know, Lesh, a calm emotions would have probably been just a bit helpful just now, but
Riniya, you can do that your own. Just level 4.
is that hand for the DM or for us?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Edward.
Can Edward and Leshka have lore time, please?
Yes. It was cut
Hey.
short, but you guys headed down the hall, and Leshka began guiding you towards what are you looking for? History of Athala?
Well, yeah, emphasis on Athala, just modern history. I'm probably interested in both
That is
the
it.
formation of Athala and the recent events,
Okay. He takes you
including
to
the Blind Nations.
Yeah, he takes you to modern history and points towards probably about 20,000 books.
Oh gosh. Okay, let's start simple. Are there any books, do you think, Leshka, about this Prosius fellow?
About Prosius in general. I mean, there's maybe the possibility, but I find it unlikely, unfortunately, given the nature of the man you describe. He seems to be very secretive and very,
Mysterious.
Yes, and so unfortunately, it is not likely that there would be a great deal of information. Perhaps there might be some entries about recent history of Athala mentioning him, but nothing specific,
Yes.
probably.
All right, that is absolutely a second thought. Third thought. This might not be here, but do you know anything of like life transference per se? This man can touch trees and suck the life out of them. and leave a scar of sorts. We saw the same thing on the Great Telekalamos. Did I get that right?
Interesting.
The Great Dragon in the hold. He did the same thing apparently to him. Do you know anything about that? Where these powers come from, or anything of that?
Well, it depends on the nature of Proteus. There are powerful magics that exist. I'm not capable of casting any of them, but there are very powerful magics that take the life force out of someone else and use it to rejuvenate yourself.
Okay.
And depending on what kind of creature Proteus is, that might also have to do with it.
Yes, that is kind of where I was going.
Some creatures, I can't say I know anything specific, but I'm sure there are many creatures, probably within the more necromantic realm, that have more life-draining abilities.
All right, that sounds good. Maybe we can look at that. Listen, I don't mean to be rushed, but I am in a hurry. I have things to talk to you about.
It's about this time that you get called back to the Fae.
Oh,
no.
Oh, great. What happened?
Wait, are you for real?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So you guys get dragged back to the Fae.
Yep,
No,
rush
that
back
all
over
happens.
We're
Yep,
just getting
and
on
then,
something.
and then come back.
Oh, I see. That was when that happened. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. And
Yeah.
then Edward says, all right, let's just look at the recent events, see if we can learn anything about how things have happened, why it's happened, the Blind Nations, Athala, Proteus, the whole bit. And after we've looked through that, because this is actually useful information, then I have things to talk to you about, okay? Let's do this quick.
Okay.
Let's go.
That's all right.
Okay. So what are you looking for specifically?
Specifically, let's just start with how this happened. Like, if
How,
there's anything...
what happened?
Yeah, good point. This is pretty vague. How Proteus coming to power has happened, and the separation of the Blind Nations, anything on that. Just recent, very recent events.
Okay. Leshka, you would know that there's a section of in progress books. Books that aren't finished,
Yeah, kinda
but
like
volumes
journals
on
kinda thing.
history, things
Yeah.
that have different entries being written by different people. So you guys can go over to one of those if you're interested. That would kind of go over maybe some of the recent events.
Yes. That
Okay.
sounds great.
Yeah. You go over back towards that center ring in the Grand Hall, and you can see there are a couple different places where there's a few different scholars that are writing. There's one that isn't being written in, and you guys go over to that one. And going back about 6 months, this one is specifically about major events in Talira. And going back about 6 months or so, there is a brief interlogue or interlude about the shift in management in Athala.
Perfect. This is exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah, basically it goes over and describes how this prolific speaker basically showed up and started prophesying about one to come, how he was simply a messenger to guide us back towards a age of wisdom when the gods weren't necessary or needed. And slowly they began to gather followers before eventually members of the council in Athala decided to remove the temples. And then the head of the council was removed, and Proteus was then put in his stead, was elected in his stead. Since then, Athala has cut off ties with the other blind nations and has begun kind of this very independence focused campaign in Athala. And that was the last bit of that was from about 3 months ago, and then you haven't really heard it. There's nothing else in there.
So to just repeat it back, make sure I got it. There was a prophecy about somebody who's coming back to somewhat redeem the era of wisdom. And
Proteus showed up and started prophesying about one to come. Proteus was the one saying that there was someone who is coming to bring us back to the age of wisdom, where the gods weren't necessary.
Gotcha. Okay. Oh wow. That's really big. Okay. Edward turns to Leshka and says, "This was the information we needed." And that we at least understand what's happening, why they did this. I don't know much about the eras, but I know little. All right. Edward turns to the scholar and says, "Do you know if there's any other relevant information that you might have about the separation of the blind nations or Prozius or anything like that, or is that pretty much all we have so far?"
With a recent event like this, it's going to be in one of these volumes, probably in this one.
Okay,
Where it would
perfect. Then you've been very helpful. Thank you. And then he looks at Leshka and says, "I need to talk to you about something. Let's go over there." And he pulls Leshka into a hallway.
Okay. Does this need to be a more private conversation?
Yes.
All right. Here, I would just hit Leshka's eyes will just simply glow this kind of purplish glow, and he will offer his a hand.
What is this?
Just a way for us to communicate.
Okay. And Edward takes his hand hesitantly.
All right, and some of this blue arcane energy or bluish purple kind of transfer over to you, and you feel our minds connect.
Leshka, the first thing you immediately hear is just crickets.
All right. Sure. Picking on your players. I get it. Deanne.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I love you.
I love you too.
So much. I love you so much, DJ.
Okay, thanks.
All right, well, and then do you say anything to him?
Telepathically, he will communicate. Now we can speak without being disturbed.
Edward says out loud, "We can just speak in our minds like this?"
Yes.
Edward tries it, and he says, "Hello?"
Hello.
Nice. Okay, listen. I had a dear friend back home, and I spoke with him before we left Athala after all this happened. He told me, I never knew, he told me he was a part of something that was very important. Something that seemed to be in some sort of urgency in response to the recent events. And he said it had something to do with the Scholar's Guide. He didn't give me much information, but he did give me this." And Edward looks around and then produces the coin that Charles gave me, like way back before we left Athala.
Okay.
And he says, "Does this mean anything to you?" Also, I kind of forget what it looks like.
It is a brass coin that has been stamped to have a depiction in it. It has a kind of this dragon's head that then has a thin line of text around it in a language that you do not speak.
Okay. And then he just waits expectantly.
Leshka, you recognize the symbol, not for where it's from or anything like that, but you know that Chakar, the head librarian who glared at you as you were leaving the Sun Elf, has the same symbol around his neck.
Right. Oh. Okay. Here, follow me.
Oh, okay. He said that if I produced this, that you would be able to help, or whoever was here. So
yes, here.
I've been waiting expectantly. He's excited.
I will make my way with Edward to the administrator.
Okay. Yeah, Chakar is in that circular desk. You can see that he is currently going through a variety of different papers, kind of organizing things, archiving different things. As you guys approach, he looks up. Yes, Leshka, is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, I'm sorry about that the incident before. We got it figured out. My dear friend here, Edward, actually does need your help, though, with something a little more private.
All right.
Hello.
Yes.
Edward's nervous. He steps up to the desk. He said, "I had a friend back home who said that coming here and producing this might serve as good for me and in my venture." And he produces the coin and shows the headmaster.
He takes the coin. Sets it down. 1 second. And you watch as he begins to go through this arcane ritual, where the coin is basically taken through this kind of what you could assume is authenticating process. To make
like
sure
biting.
that it's kind of like
But
biting
way
it, except
fancier.
it's magic.
Okay.
Eventually he stops. Well, this is legitimate.
Good.
Why don't you come over here? Leshka, you stay.
Okay. Oh, sorry. And
I'll
Edward
telepathically tell him
follows.
it's like, it's all right, I understand.
Is Edward like following him somewhere?
Yep, he hands you back the coin and then starts walking off.
As we walk, Edward just says, I'm sorry for the manners. My name, by the way, is Edward N. Fellows, and I was sent by a dear friend named Charles, who is my servant at the estate.
I see.
He said he might know you. Or the people here, anyways.
I do not know him personally, but there are several of us, so
Okay.
it's not overly surprising. Come. He begins leading you through this maze of books before eventually coming up to this one bookshelf, at which point you see him. He crawls up the ladder about 7 rows high and then reaches in and grabs a book, opens it. It's one of those like fake books that have like the pages are like glued together with a little like thing cut out in the middle. Produces a key, puts the book back, goes down the ladder, takes you through another maze of different things. He begins leading you around the backside of this library where several of the like the individual rooms are. You pass ones with moving gears and shifting cogs and stuff like this. You do pass one that seems to have been like damaged by like a variety of different things. There's weaponry and clubs and flames and scorch marks and fangs and just different things that you get from different beasts in one. The next one you guys pass is completely open, but the glass is like opaque. So instead of some of the other ones that you've seen where they're guarded, quote unquote, but they're like encased in stone, this one is just like all the rest of them where it has the stone arches that had the glass. The glass is completely opaque. It looks like the room is filled with smoke, but the door is open. As you're going through, Chakar is kind of explaining what each one of these is from. The first one being stuff relating to like constructs and mechanical works and tinkering and stuff like that. The second one having to deal with monstrosities and dragons and giants. This one, he says, is rather interesting. It's locked to almost everybody. He begins passing it. He starts saying, this one is rather interesting. It is locked, but you may enter it on the last day of your life.
And how are you supposed to know when that is?
It is different for every person, and some people know more so than others. There have been sages in the past, friends of mine that I've known, who were so desperate to know what it was that they managed to either convince it and are still in there, or actually did it, but they were willing to commit suicide to know what was in there.
And did they tell you anything?
They'd never come back.
Oh my.
Fascinating, right?
So much so. This is so invigorating. All of these rooms, all of the knowledge. I could spend a lifetime here.
Yes, as do I. This one right up here is another one of those encased brick buildings, but in front of it is the most gorgeous, strong, powerful man you've ever seen. As you watch
Cather?
this,
No, I'm just kidding.
yes, he stands about 12 feet tall with this beautiful set of shimmering white wings tucked behind him, resting on his, sitting in crisscross applesauce and in a lotus pose almost. Right, that's lotus pose when your legs are like stacked on top of each other.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
so. Yeah, sure.
Sitting in that lotus pose with a massive, probably 6 foot long blade resting on his knees. As you guys begin to pass him, Chakar is just waves and says, "Good morning, philosopher." The angel looks up at you with this like orangish amber hair flowing just in like the most cinematic fashion. These piercing blue eyes looking up at you with this flawless skin as this literal angel sits there before you. Good morning. I see you have someone new. Yes, this is a friend of a member here at the Scholar's Guide. He's interested in a variety of different things, but we won't be challenging you today. I see.
Challenging.
Well, when someone feels worthy, I will be here. He then ducks his head down and places his hands back on the sides of the blade. And
It's
lowers
so
his head.
mysterious. It's so cool.
Continues going before eventually you are brought to another room. This one close to the Fae and the Beasts, actually, but just to what would be north of it, if I remember correct. No, this would be south of it. A room on races, all the different races of the world. Elves, half-elves, humans, orcs, Kenkus, Goliaths, whole 9 yards. He leads you through it before going into like a back office almost. He opens the unlocks the door.
All of that, like this incredible journey through everything, and then it's just to an office.
Yeah. Yep.
That's awesome.
Thanks.
Thanks, DJ.
You're welcome. But he leads you into this office and sits you down. Do you know what this is?
It's a coin of some sort. Am I in trouble?
No.
Oh,
You're not
good.
in trouble. I'm just trying to determine your worth.
Oh, well, I come from a quite wealthy
That
family.
means nothing to me. I know who you are.
Oh.
What you are in possession of is a authenticated symbol of the Order of the Chosen.
Yes, I think Charles said something of something like that.
Do you know what the Order of the Chosen is or does?
DJ, I can't remember exactly all of the details, but I know there wasn't much.
Yeah.
So if there's some continuity issues, you can correct me. But Edward says, all I know is that it's secretive and
Yes.
is quite exclusive.
Yes.
There were some families,
Yes.
family lines that were important, and it had to do with some sort of moral code.
Yes.
Um,
This is all correct.
it's a benefit to society,
Very
as
much
far
so.
as
We try to
Charles
be.
was saying.
We try to be. The Order of the Chosen is a order of knights, scholars, and wizards, or arcane practitioners, who go back to the start of this age, the Age of Rebirth. They were appointed by Lanantari, the Mother Goddess, just before she fell into her final slumber, and before the gods were appointed, to help continue to guide this world alongside the gods. Our duties are to maintain a variety of different things. Where I serve is the family Thane, which is to record the history of the material plane and the surrounding planes, and observe it and maintain that history is accurate, so that you may continue to learn from it. The family Rain is ones that protect and learn about the weave. They are there to understand and guide magic and expand its possibilities and maintain the weave, as magic and the use of it can be very damaging to it.
And how is that possible? These mages, they're powerful enough to maintain the weave itself?
When you come to a certain point, I am not, like I said, I am not a member of them. I simply serve for the family Thane. My duties revolve around recording history. But when you reach a certain point in your arcane studies, you will be able to see the weave and how to pull the strings to make what you're doing happen. You'll be able to see the actual actions that your words are implementing. And much like the weave is like a tapestry, when you pull on strings, it damages it and must be returned to that. There are several mages who have devoted their entire lives to maintaining it and preserving the weave. There is a reason why spells stronger than a certain point are not taught or given access to by most schools. Producing that much magic can be very, very damaging to the weave. The last recorded incident of that would be the creation of the Valley of Kings in East Bravania, which basically tore a hole in the material plane. So.
I have so many questions, but okay. Are there more families?
The last family is the family Artemis. Their job is to hunt monstrosities and protect the weak from the dangers of the material plane.
And so, why would Charles tell me of this? Is he one of the families?
I seriously doubt that he is a member of the families, of that he is actually a part of the bloodline, but he might be a member of the order who is trying to educate you or guide you.
Okay.
My question for you is, what are you wanting to do with this information?
Well, I guess I'll start at the beginning. I didn't leave the estate much. My father's estate, the fellow's estate. And I kind of just learned everything and did everything there. I only remember leaving a few times. And then, my father thought that I was getting old enough that it's time for me to figure out how the business outside of the walls worked. And I went out with Charles, and what I saw challenged me. People were just sitting around. They weren't doing anything, and they were sitting in filth and in pain. And it was disturbing. It was distressing. I mean, I asked my father about it, and he just gave me sideways answers. Like, he was talking about how they choose to do that, and I understand. I mean, if you build a chair, you get money for it. And so there's certainly some things that these people can do, right? So, thinking about that, I thought, we have money. I've been schooled. My father wasn't really very impressed with my work in the business anyways. I was thinking, perhaps if I leave and I create systems that help people understand their potential and help the welfare of the entire society, then perhaps through that, the economy could be even better than ever. And the fellow's name could be great. And so, all that to say, I guess, I left because I want to show people that there's a way to make their lives better. And I don't know how that can happen yet, but I want to figure it out. That's why I'm here.
You want to show people that they can make their lives better.
Yeah.
That is noble in and of itself, although naive. Most people who you show up and say that they're not living properly are going to get defensive. But I guess I am confused. Are you wanting to join our order? That's not exactly what we do.
I honestly, I don't know. Charles seemed to be in a scrambled state. I was in a scrambled state. Charles called on me secretly to share this with me. I think he thought it could help me. I think he thought that I could help you, maybe. I don't know how, but I don't know where else I could really make an influence at this point. I feel like I've kind of lost everything. I don't know if the efforts of this group are really going to go anywhere. We're up against mountains, and we're only pebbles. So I suppose if I could be a part of something that's already established, it might be a good thing. Whatever it may be.
Well, the movement of a few pebbles can reshape a mountain with a simple landslide. I would be willing to start the process of having you join. There's going to be lots of tests and making sure that you are worthy and not going to just drop out and then share all of our secrets and everything like this, but you have a recommendation from a member, which makes it much easier.
One of my closest friends, yes. I miss him. I do.
I can see that. So, of the three families that I have mentioned, is there one that seems to be more your style?
Oh my. I don't feel far along enough for any of them. I don't know much about the forming of... I don't even know much about the eras. I learned some things. I've only begun to scratch at magic I'm beginning to see. And, I mean, the material plane and all that, that's all above my head. I've been in the Fae once, but that's about it.
So, if you were to choose between fighting monsters, writing books, or studying magic, which would you do?
Oh my. Definitely not fighting monsters. You can get that off the table. I've done enough of that for my whole life.
It's not my subject either.
And, I mean, writing books, do you get to do anything? Like, go and see things?
I mean, yes, we have to go out and record the history. We have to be there. We have to see it.
Okay.
Leshka is...
That sounds a little...
Leshka is a good example of what you would be doing.
Oh, I like Leshka. Leshka's a good one. Have you considered letting Leshka join? Oh, that's for another time. And magic. Wow. Magic bewilders me. I mean, I'm learning more and more that I thought I was making quite a bit of progress back home, but I guess I don't know anything. I mean, I don't know. I want to learn magic. I want to so bad. I want to be able to do things that can help people in a flash. That would be amazing. I also care about bettering society, and what a better way to do that than to record things and share them with people. What do you think I'd be good at? I know you just met me. I'm bad at decisions.
I will not make a choice for how you steer your rest of your life for you.
Okay.
Know this, if you decide to do this, this is a lifelong commitment.
Oh. Okay. Do I have any time to think?
I mean, you approached me. I'm not going to do anything.
Okay.
For all I care, you can walk away. Just know that this organization is a secret and has many ways of maintaining that secret. And if there's any loose threads, it is unfortunate but necessary that they be snipped.
I understand.
Get out.
May I... Okay, is there any way I can communicate with you?
Me turn here.
Okay. Edward will go back the way he came.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty easy. At this point, you can pass everybody else as they are beginning to leave the Fae area. Where did you guys go after researching
We
the
went
Fae?
to look for information on demons.
Demons.
That's
Perfect.
the one.
That's right. Real quick, Aaron, are you doing anything else?
Oh, geez.
I know
Well,
it's-
judging off of the maps that I have, I would like to try to... Do any of them show where, like, an outlet for the sewer system would be?
They drain into the fields surrounding in front of Athala, providing fertilizer and water.
Gotcha. That case, I'll just kind of join the group as they leave the Fae section if I have the majority of it memorized. And
Perfect.
the stuff that I don't need, I don't need.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll say that you have joined Blix and Cedric and Riniya and Leshka. I think Leshka is also with you guys as they're heading over to room. Let's see, demons. This would be.
That's the name of the room. It's just demons with the question.
Demons. Room 21. Princes and
Punctuation's important, of course.
You guys begin heading that direction. Let's see. Looking at my map.
Question.
Yes.
How long do you think we had been in the Fey room? Comprehend languages last an hour. I'm just wondering if I should redo the ritual again.
Yeah, it's probably been like an hour, hour and a half.
All right, I'll take some time to do the ritual again to comprehend languages.
Okay, perfect. You guys start heading northwards towards room 21. As you, it's just 2 rooms away. It takes about 10 minutes. The next one to, as you guys leave, it'd be to your left. Heading up towards your left, you see 2 rooms that are very, very similar. They both have this dark red hue to them. They both have kind of blackened stone for the stone there that creates their arches. The one closest to you has 9 layers to it that go up and up with books on each layer. And then the next one to it has no books, but it's actually just a pit in the ground, and that's where all of the books are.
So yes, I'll do my ritual, and then I will turn to Riniya and sort of say, now, demons is a little bit of a broad subject. What specifically are you trying to find out?
Specifically anything about...
Hold on, what was that last bit?
There we go.
Specifically things about the Nightfall.
Alright, sure. And I will look for that, and I'll have Cedric follow me again.
Real quick, Hannah, just because I'm curious. Oh well, I guess no. Never mind. We're good.
What?
No.
All right.
Nope. Keep going.
And I'll be looking too.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and roll a investigation check.
Not as good as the others, but not bad. 14.
Okay.
And DM, I am curious actually, since I am there, if the term of the Nightfall ring any bells with what I've read. Thank you.
You guys start going through and go to the second one, the one about demons itself and not devils, and begin your staircase down, kind of looking through different things, keeping an eye on different books. And there are several books that you can find on classifications of demons and different ones. You have the Lord or the Princes of the Abyss. You have major demons, lesser demons. You have different ones, basically varying in power and influence in the Abyss. Reading through some of them, there are a couple mentions of a general term of the Nithful that is more, it's kind of like referring to like a baby almost. It's kind of the sense that you're getting, where a Nightfall is just not a fully grown demon, basically. Kind of going through that, different things. They are very, very aggressive, and they feast on torment and fear and aggression and pain. They have to kind of be nurtured almost through this process of creating pain and torture and stuff like this. The longer they go without it, the more ravenous they become. There have been times and tales of different cults that would introduce these creatures into the world through different things in children in a variety of different ways. It specifically talks about how, let's see, what's his name? I want this one. Is this the one I want? I don't think so. Actually, I
Add
will
it to
find
the
it.
compilation.
Give me 1 second. I will get this.
This is the part of the show when our DM flips through all the books he owns.
One
Just as a
second.
reminder, we have a wonderful sponsor going on right now. Never Ending, great sponsor.
Also,
Check out the website.
Hannah helped produce a Kickstarter, and the
Yeah.
Kickstarter got funded.
It got funded, you guys. It got
And I think it hit a
yesterday.
stretch goal, right?
It
got
did.
extra
It did
funded.
hit it hit a stretch goal and it got funded. So I'm very excited about that.
More to come later.
Yeah.
Whoop, whoop.
Specifically, to continue with what I was saying, there's a number of different demons that will introduce these creatures, but a lot of times, since they're usually people don't usually willingly give up their soul to become a demon,
Right.
Fraz or Blue is usually the one to introduce it, as he is like the big trickster dude in the abyss.
I will relay all of that information over. And Riniya, you can tell that with Blix reading it, she looks like concerned as to why you want to know this particular information, but she's not saying anything.
Okay. When it mentioned the different cults, did it name the cults?
It didn't
Or,
name
like,
any cults.
people?
Yeah, it was just kind of a general like, yeah, there are cults that happen that will introduce these creatures.
Okay, cool.
Bolts happen.
Yeah, it's kind of what it is. Like, hey, cults, everything.
Okay.
Is that what you were looking for? Was that helpful?
Kind of. Do they have like a thing on creatures that we ran into these bird things, and when I
Right.
looked at them, I got this feeling that they were associated with this kind of stuff.
All right. Could you describe them to me?
Oh, what did they look like? I know they had
They
the
were like the owl
pit
things.
eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were very, very tall. They had like an owl-esque face with this big plume of feathers around their neck, and then there was like kind of leathery bodies into these really gross leathery wings with claws and fangs and stuff like this.
Right. Is there some sort of bestiary we can look for? An abyssal bestiary?
Called the Dungeon Master's Guide. Or the Monster Manual, more commonly.
Or there's this new book
You
called.
do know that there is the room specifically on like monstrosities, dragons. There's one in the Fey room that goes over Fays and like regular
Right.
beasts and stuff like that.
It's right next to the Murder Angel.
Right. We may want to look in a different room for that. I feel like that'll be more of a monstrosity from what you've described. Else?
Because they were working with Prosius, so
Very interesting.
Do
Yes,
we
can
even know
certainly-
what Prosius is? Like, is he just like a guy?
I'm pretty sure. Wait, was it? When did Cather?
So Cather knows.
I don't. Cather didn't.
But
have
the
He
thing
chose
is-
not to tell anyone.
I didn't have the ability to. Okay.
He wasn't it. It was when we were
It was.
fighting.
It was literally
Yeah.
in the
Found it
middle of
out.
combat, seconds away from when I got
and then
knocked unconscious.
and then he got
I forgot.
unconscious.
I'm sorry
So.
about that.
It was like, oh hey, Divine Smite. Ooh, he didn't like that one. Okay, cool.
Oopsies.
Right.
Well, yes. I'm just thinking if maybe this monster is associated with Prosius. Maybe there's some tie or some information that can be found there.
Cool.
Although this Prosius guy, he seems to have his fingers in a lot of pools, so to speak. You
That's
mean
what I was
fae,
going to say.
I
demons?
think it's supposed to be pies.
Well, yeah. Thank you,
Whatever
Drac.
the phrase, you're right. It's very odd that one creature could have such resources of a wide variety.
I'm gonna go talk to some people. I'll be back. Thank you.
Message if you need anything.
Yep, I will.
So,
No.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
right.
blue different
Um,
room.
then we're looking for the author Orvin Ironhilt.
All right. Could you give me a clue as to what kind of genre this author specifies in? Stories, non-fiction, history.
I mean, he did like a lot of like story stuff, but he was like religious, but did a bunch.
You know that he did some like modern histories. He did like different studies and essays on a variety of different creatures, orcs and dwarves and all this.
So then might I ask a different question? Are you looking for anything by this author for a specific reason, or would you be interested in one specific thing by this author versus another?
No, pretty much anything.
Pretty much anything. All right. Let me see what I can do. And I will.
Dewey Decimal it.
I was going to say, do you think that I would know if there's any sort of book that has, or like, not book, but I mean, yes, book, but also like scroll or just anything in the library that has like what authors' works are within? Like
you could talk to
you know, like a ledger of like all
you
the
could talk
books
to
that we have.
Chakar, and maybe he
Right.
might have something like that.
Right, I'll go speak to Jakar. He's the head of the library. Perhaps he has some sort of resource for us that we could use that would show what books we have, and perhaps we can determine what books, if any, this author has written. Does that sound helpful to you?
Sure.
That's great. Follow me then. Riniya, dear, are you finished with demons in this room, or would you like me to look for anything else before we leave?
You can go. I think I might stay here though.
Right. Is everything all right?
Yeah.
It's my
What'd you get, Lydia?
19.
Okay.
All right then. I'll message if I need anything. So you're just going to stay here then?
Yeah, I'll probably be like out in the hall looking
Do you
for
want me
you
to
guys.
leave Cedric with you? I'll leave Cedric with you. Come along, Track.
Okay.
Yes, Cedric.
Please stay with Riniya. Guard her with your life, and do whatever she asks, please. And I'll start walking towards the car.
Does he follow her?
I am at your service.
Hi. Yeah, I'm just gonna look at some. You're good to just chill. Like,
He just lays down on the ground.
okay, you enjoy that. And then Riniya's just gonna continue to just flip through books looking for anything as far as anything related to the things she deals with, any kind of solutions or possible options for her.
Okay. Roll
so she'll just be-
investigation check.
DJ the crunching.
16.
Aggressive crunching.
Ah! I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What did you get? 16?
Yeah, 16.
You begin looking through, and you manage to find one story that after like an hour of looking, just flipping through books, you manage to find this one story about someone who was used as the host for a Nightfall, but through divine intervention was able to be freed of it. It's very much like kind of an Odyssey-esque story where this person goes through and does a bunch of trials and all these different things to prove themselves worthy to this unnamed god, to basically beg them their favor to remove this thing. It's kind of this like epic little short story.
Okay.
So you've just got to live like 6 more levels,
Yeah.
and then get some really good rolls on a D100.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, I got it. I got
Problem
this.
solved.
Not concerned at all. Continue on.
Perfect. Havel.
Concerned at all.
Yes, sir.
Havel. You punted a mushroom, got yelled at, stormed off. Where did you go?
I don't know. Is there a table I can roll on?
Sure. Roll a d20.
Kind of started wandering.
Okay. Yeah, roll a d20.
4.
4?
Yes, sir.
You just start wandering and find yourself back at the never-ending scroll.
Oh no.
Oh.
I love it.
Would you like to roll again? Is there anything that you're going to be looking for?
I mean, I'm 98% sure that any request to find a book translating Orcish to Common has failed.
No.
So I'm going to look at that for myself.
Okay, perfect. You begin going through, after talking to a couple of the different members here and stuff like that, you know that in the races room is where a lot of like racial languages go, and kind of translations between different things also happens there. And so you begin making your way over there. This room isn't overly decorated or embroidered with anything. It's not like the magic room where you can literally see the weave or the abyss where it's like a little pit in the ground. Like this one's just kind of like a basic library where you go over different things. You do manage to find a section over orcs and kind of like their history, and a rough guide and translation to Orcish. Kind of a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Cipher, basically. Is that what I'm looking for?
Yeah, close
Translation. Yeah, whatever. A translation from Orcish to Common.
Cool. I ask for some parchment and I start to transcribe it onto some parchment.
Okay, yeah. You're quickly given some parchment by a little gnomish dude as well. He gives you parchment, a well of ink, and a quill, and you're quickly able to write down kind of the individual translations and the different rules for translating. Orcish is a very crude language compared to some of the others, and even that, like, it's still very sophisticated in its own right. It's just like if you compare it to like Elvish, where there's a billion rules, versus Orcish, where it's like, yeah, this is like what always applies. Like Orcish is very simple comparatively. And so you're pretty easily able to transfer a lot of things. As you go through, you quickly realize that there's just a lot of things that don't apply to Orcish. Just different random things that don't apply. But you are able to write down a translation or a guide to translate.
I then am going to, in the back of, or like in a corner, just like write down the common alphabet.
Okay.
And then
B, C,
yep.
E, F, G. Sorry.
And yeah, I think this will do for now. And then I'm gonna go find Tarak.
Okay. Yeah. Tarak, where did you go?
I'm just following we were going to a Chakal or whatever, right?
Chakar, yeah. Like Qatar, except with a ch and a K.
Yeah, you made it difficult for yourself, huh?
Yeah. You know, it was just the first thing that came to mind because I'm a creative fellow. Yeah, you've been following them around. Havel, you're just kind of wandering. You meet Philosophith, which is the massive solar that's just guarding one of the temples.
Hello.
Have a nice. He's just like, sup, dude. Towards the grand hall, where you actually run into the group. Basically, everybody but Riniya and Edward are there.
Cool. I walk up and I hand Tarak the slips of parchment. And I just go, if we ever have a moment, we can work on that whole reading thing if you want.
Can't believe you people just give this stuff away.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Anyways, here you go.
What is this?
It is a can you read Orcish?
Yes.
Or can you just not read in general?
No, I can read Orcish.
This is a cipher translating Orcish to Common Script.
Okay.
If
What
you ever...
for?
So that way you can learn to read Common.
Is that how you do it?
Oh.
So cute.
And
How you
then,
start.
and then you and I will have conversation, and if you have any questions as to what the squiggles mean,
You can speak Orcish?
No, but I'm a quick learner, so I mean, we could figure this out.
And you've been learning how?
Very quick. Orcish?
Yeah.
I mean,
Who taught you Orcish?
I don't think my pronunciation is any good, and I wouldn't dare try it, but I've been listening to you.
I want to hear it.
I've been teaching you Orcish?
I mean, by second hand, it's the same way that I picked up... It's the same way I picked up, like, Undercommon from Namira when I was younger. Like, I don't... What? Why is this... Is this,
show
like,
me what
against the
you've learned.
rules?
Show me what you've learned. Sorry.
No,
guys,
no,
I
I'm
have
not
to
doing...
see
Why are
this.
we doing this right now?
No, this is very important. If I've been
Please,
teaching you
Ryan.
wrong, then I'll feel real bad.
No,
Ryan. Please, Ryan.
Oh.
If you were to say hello, which frankly, I don't even understand why it's hello in your language, what would you say?
I don't think you've ever used that word near me. Frankly, oh, yeah, I'm not gonna try to pronounce it. I have it written down right here. Ryan has it written down right here.
Oh, you see, that's the real problem. Is the whole actually in Orcish, writing to speaking is way different. That's why it's been so hard.
I can tell.
Because like if I were to say
I can tell.
a lot, then it would be that would be hello, but it would differ depending on whether or not the direction I was facing. Do I have a sword in my hand?
Oh,
Do I not
sure.
have a sword in my hand? Because in the
Does
same
it change?
what? Yeah. Oh, things change very easily.
Does it change like from like
well, in direct translation.
north to west? Like I
Well, yes, in direct translation, Ashtautus Fasubatlat would mean someday I will kill you, which takes on a very different meaning if I have a sword in my hand. Now, if I were to say that, you would,
I suppose,
preferably respond with Na Adautas, which would mean not today. But then again, if you have a sword in your hand and I do not, that suddenly takes on a very different meaning as well. So the translation is actually very rough from writing to speaking. So just because you think you know what you're saying, if you ever see an orc, don't say anything. Just pretend like you don't know.
Realistically, the only phrase... Oh god, this is gonna go terribly. My pronunciation is gonna be very bad. I apologize. Just
Do it.
way ahead of time. I mean, you use this all the time. I suppose a lot of times with with Edward. I think you've said it to Edward a couple times. It's Lul Gijagishi. I believe that's
yes.
flowers in the blood.
Yes, well, so direct translation is flowers in the blood. It can mean elf.
Like, yeah,
or
that's the thing. Like, it can be,
weakling,
I recall
like
that.
a little baby, like useless. It's also an
Edward
insult,
a
is
baby?
basically.
Yeah.
But it depends on, like, if you are currently fighting one, then you would probably use it as both terminology of elf and also you little wimp, I'll straight up mess you up. But It doesn't necessarily
okay.
have to be. It depends on the context. It's a lot of body reading. It's a lot of that. Very little words.
Sure.
A lot of body communication.
Sure.
Like right there, what you just said was honestly a little bit insulting.
I didn't.
Oh, I know, but
You asked me.
I know
what phrases.
I know that you don't know.
I'm
But
not
just
going to
someone else
casually
might
say
not.
that to an orc.
Good. That's the one lesson that I need to teach you. Because they would have killed you instantly.
You're the only orc that I know. I highly doubt that. Yeah. Okay.
That's probably a good thing.
Yeah, and then you. Oh man. There's another. Is an illness. I think through the marsh. I don't know how that's pronounced.
Yes,
Yeah.
true to March, the brainworm.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
That
Sounds pretty straightforward.
Again, it's only like in passing. It's not like I actually know what I'm saying. The same way that like a baby starts to babble.
Or like...
Sure. No.
I mean, I can teach you Orcish. It'll be a trip.
I'll say. How about this? You teach me Orcish, and I'll teach you how to read Common.
You can do that?
I can teach you how to read Common. Correct.
Wow, you're really smart.
You
This
know.
is so cute.
You know, Tarak. You're the first person to ever say that and mean it in this group, and it genuinely makes me happy.
I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure tons of people think that you're smart. Now, I don't know about wise. I don't know if I'd go that far.
Oh, no.
You got the intelligence bit.
Well, okay. And if I'm going to be entirely honest, Namira kind of took the, like, she kind of was the wisdom between the two of us. I was more like,
sometime. I think that would be fun. She could show us
hope you never
baby
do.
pictures of you and stuff. Like, it would be great. She can tell us stories.
knew me
Yeah,
when I
Ryan,
was
let's make it
14.
happen. I want them to meet Namira too.
She knew me when I was 14, and that's about as young as you would get. If you
That's
want
a
baby
year
pictures,
older
I
than
suppose
I
talk to my
That is older than Tarak.
my not papa.
Oh,
I am, yes, you know.
by the way, Havel, I just
Full-fledged
realized
adult
that we've
and
actually
orcish.
interrupted our initial goal here. We're supposed to meet some guy named Checkers and talk to
Checkers.
him about an author that I know.
His name is Checkers. Is Checkers?
Something like that. It starts off with a CH, and honestly, I lose it from there.
While this has all been happening,
Is there okay?
Blix,
Walking.
you found Jakar. Yeah, you guys have managed to make your way back to the Grand Hall where they ran into Havel and Tarak and all them. And you managed to find Jakar as he's sitting there at his desk, again going through different papers. I'm looking up. Yes, Blix.
Do we have some sort of ledger or information center that shows if we wanted to look up specific authors who might write in multiple genres?
No, not really.
Alright.
That would be a very, very thick book.
I'd imagine so. I just wasn't sure before I started my search if there was anything that could make it easier for me.
Do you know, like, specifically which genre? Are you looking for a specific book or just anything by him?
No, it seems just anything by him. So I just thought
No,
if
any
there was...
like brief genre, something to narrow down your search?
Well, apparently, modern history, some stories, and some... Did you say... What did you say about works?
There was like religion. He also did like creature studies. He gathered a lot of stories. I'm like shouting from down the hall. He also gathered like a lot of stories about like people's cultures and their religious contexts and stuff.
Right.
Okay, maybe start in. You like know which people he was studying? Chikar, like
well, he studied a whole bunch, but the last ones that he did were the orcs. But I don't think he managed to write a book about that one.
Okay, do you know a different one? Yeah, come here, so I'm not yelling.
Oh, okay. We'll have a life to go over there now. I go over there.
Okay, have fun.
Do you want to come with?
Like,
sure.
Do you know a specific group that he wrote about and got published?
I don't know. He didn't really talk to me a whole lot about the stuff that he used to do. He was an Alisar dwarf, so he might have written about them a bit. I think that he spent a little bit of time with moon elves, and I don't know. I know that he spent some time with gnomes and furbolgs.
My recommendation would be to go over to the races dome and to pick one of those. And just
What if I don't know how to read?
I'm sure Blix will be able to help you. She doesn't work yet, but she basically does.
I mean, I might as well.
He says with like a little bit of disdain in his voice.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just go over there. In each section, they're organized alphabetically. So, if he wrote the book, and it's still there, and it happens to be about one of the yes, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, any of this ringing number. You can't read, can you?
We'll work on that, Tarak.
Hypothetically, I can't read.
Hypothetically, I see. Blix can read.
Yes.
Follow her. She'll be able to help you.
Great.
Tarak will work on that whole alphabet thing.
What is an alphabet? It sounds disgusting.
It really is.
It really is.
A collection of the letters that make up the common language.
Well, yeah.
Make
Why
things
what
so
are you raising your
difficult.
hand about?
Jakar, just this is of no importance at all. Just do you guys take constructive criticism?
Chakar looks at you, and you can see all the passion and fire of a sun elf in his eyes, and the pride that he has.
Sure.
And he just goes, yes.
So the dome that pertains to all of the races in the realm.
Yes.
Perhaps you should change the name from the Races Dome, which just sounds weird, to like, I don't know, like Worldly Peoples or Peoples.
He's off
Tarak,
sensitivity member.
Tarak, was it?
Yeah.
That dome over there, the one that has all the worldly peoples.
I thought you said it was a racist dome.
Am I the only?
Literally flips a book and then.
Am I the only one that thinks that sounds weird? Am I the only one?
To be fair, everything in this language sounds weird.
Oh,
Why
okay,
don't
well,
we make our way over?
With, you know what? With
thank you, checkers.
with you insulting
Checkers?
his library, offending his name,
Excuse me, ma'am. It's pronounced library.
his library.
I thought it was
We're
called
going to
biblioteca.
actually end tonight's session.
No.
We'll be back next week for exploring the library. So it's a little slower now that we're in the library.
Oh,
It's mostly
no.
the same thing, but yeah.
I'll punt
thank you
another
guys.
mushroom probably.
Yeah,
Real
do
quick,
that mushroom, man.
Thank you.
I sent
So
a
much.
picture into the Discord of what I think the Mushroom Man looks like.
Yes, I'm so excited to see it. Somebody dropped Discord link in chat. Also, thank
Yeah.
you so much, Raiders. Are you kidding me? Swindler's Den with a party of 6. Thank you so much. That just
Oh,
recently
nice.
happened. So
Wow,
if you're
look at
still
that.
here,
Sorry
Also-
that you came in
We're
at
Sorry
the
for
end.
the poor timing, but you know.
all of our love.
Thank you to our sponsor, which you can
Never
still go check out.
ending. Never
Their
ending.
Kickstarter is still
Sponsor.
going. Grab it. Go and help them out right now while you still can.
It's some goals.
Guys,
We got a
look
sponsor.
them up at beneverending.com.
They're
It's
fantastic.
really
You can
rad.
find our public profiles on there of the characters that we have in this game.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
you
can.
can.
I
Get more
also
is
made
on
a
there.
version
Fan
of
favorite.
me.
Oh, it's so cute.
That's
I made a
adorable.
version
I'm
of
in
me
the
too.
process of making Blix. Melora's already made, but I'm
Cute.
making
Nice.
Oh, good. Good.
I make Kiamura, so if you miss him, you can go look at him.
DJ, I
Sweet.
miss him. I might take you up on that offer.
you know what? Kiamura was kind of great.
Also, Hannah was in a Kickstarter that got completely funded and
Yes.
even above their goal, one of the stretch goals, I think they call it. So that's just super pog. So just
Some of
saying.
the
you.
backers, I'm kind of stoked for. I'm gonna get a hardback copy.
Heck
I'm like
yeah.
You'll
kind of
hear
stoked
more
on
about
it,
that in the
actually.
future. You'll hear
Yeah,
more about
you.
it.
It will be amazing. There's potential for things. It's gonna be
We
great.
may or may not play a one shot in the world soon. Stand by.
Oh way.
You best know
TBD.
that I am going to be Mothman.
Also, this summer is gonna be freaking fire.
TBD.
Just saying. Okay.
Yeah,
no.
it's gonna be pretty
TPD.
rad. Sweet. Thank you guys so much. We absolutely love you guys. You're absolutely amazing, and we're happy to be back on the main campaign, at least for the next little bit. Yeah, thank you very much to Never Ending for sponsoring us. It's absolutely amazing. And a
Yes.
big congratulations to you, Hannah. Is there anything else that we want to mention, guys?
Oh, I love you.
Oh, we love you. Yes, very much so.
I would like to apologize
no.
for my Boonies internet that has decided to just absolutely end
I'm-
itself like 4 times in a row
I'm-
today.
So Havel kicked a
I'm
baby
sorry that I
mushroom.
don't have a camera right now, and we had to just put a still frame of me just vibing.
It's a good picture, though.
You're
It's a good picture.
The
Like-
unchanging face of Havel.
Yeah,
Sexy
that
teeth.
face portrays every emotion.
So much pain behind those
All the
eyes.
pain.
Hey.
So much.
Sweet. With that, we're gonna
That's just
say
about it.
say good night. We
On
love you,
that note.
Dungeoneers. Good luck, Godspeed. We'll see you next time.
Yes.
Woo!
You did it right.